All rise.
The Kosovo Specialist Chambers is now in session.
Be seated. Madam Court Officer, please call the case.
Good morning, Your Honors. This is file KCBC 2020-06, the Specialist Prosecutor versus Hashim Thaçi, Kadri Veseli, Recep Selimi, and Jakub Krasniqi.
Good morning, everyone. I note that the accused are all present in court today. We will today start hearing the evidence of the Thaçi defense, witness 1DW-003. Before we start hearing the evidence of the witness, there's one preliminary matter that the panel would like to address. Actually, there are about 6 or 7, but so that we can get started, we'll do the rest of them at a later time because they aren't as urgent. The panel notes that F03462, in that filing, the Thaçi defense requested an expedited briefing schedule for F03462 and also to amend its exhibit list to add one item that it intends to use with 1DW003. In F03466, the SPO responded to the request, noting that the request was not timely, but that it nonetheless does not oppose the request. First, in respect of the request for an expedited briefing schedule, the panel notes that on Thursday, 11 September 2025, it expedited the briefing schedule for F03462. Second, in respect of the request to amend the exhibit list, the Thaçi defense requests to add one document, which is the complete original version of an article by 1DW-003. An incomplete version of this article was previously discussed in the witness statement, which has been found appropriate for admission under Rule 154. Regarding timely notice, the panel notes that the Thaçi defense made the present request 5 days after the SPO disclosed the complete version of the article in Disclosure Package 1768. The panel therefore finds that the Thaçi defense has provided timely notice. The panel observes that the document relates to the witness's account of what he remembered about the Kosovo conflict, in particular, the role of Mr. Thaçi during the Rambouillet conference and his authority within the KLA. In addition, another version of this article has already been discussed with the witness and is included in his witness statement. The panel therefore finds that the material is prima facie relevant and of sufficient importance, and that there is good cause for its late addition to the exhibit list. Lastly, regarding prejudice, the panel observes that another version of the article is already on the exhibit list, and the SPO does not object to its addition, given that the parties and participants will have sufficient time to adequately review the document in question and prepare for IDW-003's testimony. The panel finds that no prejudice will arise from adding the document to the exhibit list. The panel therefore grants the request to add SP0E0039714 to 003974117 and any corresponding translations to the Thaçi defense exhibit list. The panel orders the Thaçi defense to file a revised exhibit list as soon as possible. This concludes the panel's oral order. We will now start hearing the evidence of the Thaçi defense witness 1DW003. First, as a reminder, in filing F03468, the panel authorized certain measures under Rule 107 for the present witness, including that the witness's testimony be limited to certain topics as are listed in paragraph 18 of F03468. That the witness may decline to answer questions on the ground of confidentiality, and that representatives of the Rule 107 provider be present in court during the witness's testimony. The panel will not entertain questions that cannot be shown to be clearly linked to the matters authorized by the Rule 107 provider and relevant to the case. Where queried on that point, the questioning party should be ready to state how certain lines of questioning fall within the scope of Rule 107 authorization. Madam Court Usher, please bring the witness in. You can remain standing. You can remain standing. We'll both be speaking the same language, but you can hear better with these. Witness, the court usher will now provide you with the text of the solemn declaration which you are asked to take pursuant to Rule 141, Paragraph 2 of our Rules of Procedure. Please proceed to look at it and then read it aloud.
Conscious of the significance of my testimony and my legal responsibility, I solemnly declare that I will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and that I shall not withhold anything which has come to my knowledge.
Thank you, witness. Now you can be seated. First of all, regarding introductions, the parties and participants may have noticed that we have two representatives of the United States government who are joining us this morning. If each individual could please introduce themselves for the record.
Yes, my name is Tara Gerhardt-Serna. I am the Deputy Legal Counselor at the United States Embassy in The Hague.
And I'm Joanna Coyne. I'm with the Office of the Legal Advisor in Washington, D.C.
Thank you both and welcome to the court. Witness, today we will start your testimony, which is expected to last approximately 2 to 3 days. As you may know, the Thaçi defense will ask you questions first and then the remaining defense teams. Once they are finished, the SBO has the right to ask questions of you, and members of the panel might also have questions for you. The Thaçi defense estimate for your direct examination is 4 hours. The remaining defense teams will take approximately 3.5 hours, and the SBO estimates that it will need approximately 4 hours. As regards each estimate, we hope that the counsel will be judicious in the use of their time. The panel may allow redirect examination if conditions for it are met. Witness, please try to answer the questions clearly with short sentences. If you don't understand a question, feel free to ask the counsel to repeat the question or tell them you don't understand and they will clarify. Also, please try to indicate the basis of your knowledge of facts and circumstances that you will be asked about. In the event you are asked by the SBO to attest to some corrections made during your statement, you are reminded to confirm on the record that the written statement as corrected by the list of corrections accurately reflects your declaration, and that goes for any person that wants to remind you of your statement. Please also speak into the microphone and wait 5 seconds before answering a question, and speak at a slow pace for the interpreters to catch up. During the next days while you are giving evidence in this court, you are not allowed to discuss with anyone the content of your testimony outside of the courtroom. If any person asks you questions outside the court about your testimony, please let us know immediately. Please stop talking if I ask you to do so, and also stop talking if you see me raise my hand. These indications mean that I need to give you an instruction. If you feel the need to take breaks at any point or wish us to repeat anything, please make an indication and an accommodation will be made. For everyone's sake, we will take a break at 10 o'clock, just a comfort break for 5 to 10 minutes, and then proceed on till 11 o'clock. And at that time, there will be a half-hour break, and then we'll continue on after that. So there's ample opportunities to have a short break. Finally, I note that you are accompanied in the courtroom today by 2 representatives of the U.S. government. In this regard, the panel has made a prior ruling that your testimony will be limited in scope, and the representatives in court today to help us with are in court today to help us with that. Please, if you have any doubt about the scope of your testimony, you may ask the panel or the representatives. Mr. Misitich.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Rubin.
Good morning.
Good morning. We have met before, but for the record, my name is Luka Misitich, and I am Specialist Counsel for Hashim Thaçi. Could you please state your full name for the record?
James Philip Rubin,
And what is your date of birth?
March 28, 1960.
And what is your nationality?
American.
Did you give a statement to the Thaçi defense which you signed on the 22nd of August, 2025?
Yes.
If the court officer could please call up DHT 11879 to DHT 11892, please. Mr. Rubin, do you recognize the document on the screen?
I do.
And what is it?
It's the document we prepared based on all of my knowledge of the subject.
Okay. And if we could turn to the last page, please, DHT 11892. If we could scroll to the bottom, please. Is that your signature on the document?
Yes, it is.
Is this an electronic signature?
I believe it is, yes.
Did you authorize the placement of the electronic signature?
I did.
Just one instruction. You and I speak English, so we'll tend to want to speak at a fast pace, but there are interpreters in the booth who are interpreting this in both Albanian and in Serbian, so we'll have to pause between my question and your answer. Did you have a chance to review this document before you signed it?
Yes, I did.
And did you have another chance to review this document last week?
Yes, I did.
Did you have an opportunity to meet with me and my colleagues last week via video conference?
Yes.
And in those meetings, were you given an opportunity to make corrections and clarifications to this document?
Yes.
Do you recall those clarifications and corrections being recorded in a note which was read back to you?
Yes, I do recall that.
For the record, preparation note 1 is DHT 12022 to DHT 12024. And subject to those clarifications and corrections that you gave us last week and that we recorded in the note, is the information you provided in the statement to the Thaçi defense accurate and truthful to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
And subject to those corrections and clarifications recorded in the note, does the information provided in your witness statement to the Thaçi defense accurately reflect what you would say if you were asked the same questions again in court as you were asked when you provided the witness statement?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, we move for the admission of the witness statement, DHT 11879 to DHT 11892, and the associated exhibits that were provisionally admitted by the trial panel in decision F03452, and we also tender preparation note 1, DHT 12022 to DHT 12024 for admission.
Any objection by the SPO?
No. No, Your Honor.
No one else to be heard? DHT 11879 to 11892 is admitted.
Your Honors, that will be assigned Exhibit 1D 262, and if we can confirm classification.
It can be public.
This will be reclassified as public. Also admit preparation note number 1, which is DHT 12022 to 12024.
Will be assigned Exhibit 1D 263, and again, same question for classification.
It can be-
It is reclassified as public, plus the associated exhibits, all admitted.
Associate Exhibit DHT 01462 to DHT 01464 will be assigned Exhibit 1D 264. DHT 05121 to DHT 05124 will be Exhibit 1D 265. DHT 05125 to DHT 05125 will be 1D 266. DHT 05126 to DHT 05133 will be 1D 267. DHT 05134 to DHT 05139 will be Exhibit 1D 268. DHT 05144 to DHT 05149 will be Exhibit 1D 269. DHT 05150 to DHT 05153 will be Exhibit 1D 270. DHT 05154 to DHT 05155 will be Exhibit 1D 271. DHT
Interpreter's note, if the speaker could kindly read the numbers a bit more slowly. Thank you.
DHT 05156 to DHT 05164 will be Exhibit 1D 272. DHT 05165 to DHT 05169 will be Exhibit 273. Pages DHT 05170 to DHT 05173 from item DHT 05170 to DHT 05177 will be assigned Exhibit 1D 274.
Sorry to briefly interrupt, but the witness's microphone is on, so when he consults with the 107 providers, we can hear. So perhaps.
Thank you. Thank you for telling me that.
DHT 05180 to DHT 05189 and pages from there DHT 05180, DHT 05186 and DHT 05189 will be Exhibit 1D 275. DHT 05190 to DHT 05191 will be Exhibit 1D 276. DHT 05266 to DHT 05281 will be Exhibit 1D 277. DHT 05284 to DHT 05289 will be Exhibit 1D 278. And lastly, from SPOE 00229-708 to SPOE 00229-735, pages SPOE 00229-721, SPOE 00229-726, SPOE 00229-727 to SPOE 00229-728, and page SPOE 00229-733 will be assigned Exhibit 1D 279. And Your Honors, for all the associated exhibits, the question for classification is on the table. Thank you.
I'm sorry. They are currently confidential, did you say? Madam Court Officer.
Some of them are, Your Honor.
They will all be reclassified as public. All right, Mr. Misitich, you may continue.
Thank you, Mr. President. On 8 September 2025, the Thaçi defense submitted by email a proposed summary of this witness's now admitted Rule 154 statement to the panel and all parties and participants. We have not received any objection to the proposed summary, so with your leave, I will read the summary now.
Go ahead.
From 1997 to 2000, James Rubin served as Assistant Secretary of State for Public Affairs and Chief Spokesman, reporting directly to Secretary of State Madeleine Albright. When the contact group decided to convene a peace process in January 1999, Mr. Rubin was directed by Secretary Albright to engage directly with the Kosovo Albanian delegation during the Rambouillet Conference on Kosovo, and then join the negotiations as special envoy on her behalf to secure the demobilization of the KLA. In this framework, Mr. Rubin had numerous interactions with Hashim Thaçi and other KLA members. This allowed Mr. Rubin to understand that Mr. Thaçi was worried that he did not have full authority to sign the Rambouillet Agreement on behalf of the KLA without approval from the military wing. Similarly, during the negotiations that led to the signing of the Undertaking of Demilitarization and Transformation by the UCK, Mr. Rubin observed that Mr. Thaçi's role was limited since he did not engage in the technical talks. He observed that Mr. Thaçi expressed to him from the beginning that he wanted a democratic Kosovo free from inter-ethnic violence and operating under Western democratic values to the extent possible. Mr. Rubin explained that in June 1999, Secretary Albright met with Mr. Thaçi, Ibrahim Rugova, and Recep Çosia and encouraged them to have a unified structure on the ground to work towards a civil administration, which Mr. Rubin understood to be an implicit reference to the provisional government of Kosovo. And that concludes the summary, Mr. President. Again, Mr. Rubin, I'm going to give us both a second reminder. I think the speed of our pace will be quick unless we're conscious of trying to keep a pause for the benefit of the interpreters in the booth. Now, I'd like to start with some background questions, Mr. Rubin. You say in your witness statement that early in your career you spent 1989 to 1993 working for U.S. Senator Joseph Biden. Is that correct?
Yes.
And did you have occasion to visit any of the countries of the former Yugoslavia when you were working for Senator Biden?
I did in the 91, 2, and 3 period. I visited probably 3 or 4 times during the war, both the war between Croatia and Serbia first, and then later the siege of Sarajevo and the attacks and warfare throughout Bosnia. I went to several cities and ultimately brought Senator Biden to all of those countries in the spring of 1993.
And did you have an opportunity on those trips to meet with any Kosovo Albanian leaders?
Yes. The wars at that time were primarily between first Croatia and Serbia, and later in Bosnia. So those were the focus of the trips. But knowing of the risk of conflict spreading, which was a primary interest of the United States to prevent that, we understood that what was going on in Kosovo was extremely important. So I visited Pristina, I'm guessing 2 or 3 times, during which I met with Ibrahim Rugova at least once or twice, and other Kosovo Albanian individuals.
Okay. In your statement at paragraph 1, you say that between 1993 and 1996, during President Clinton's first term, you served as senior advisor and spokesman for the U.S. Permanent Representative to the United Nations, Madeleine Albright. And you conclude by saying that you had gotten to know each other by bonding over Bosnia during the run-up to the election in 1992. Could you please explain to the court how you bonded with Madeleine Albright over Bosnia before the 1992 election?
Well, the Democratic Party had been out of office for 3 terms. 2 Reagan administrations and 1 Bush administration, so that's 12 years. Those of us in the Democratic Party who sought to adjust, change, pursue different policies, got to know each other. Madeleine Albright was that time a leading official in the Democratic Party's foreign policy community and had done a lot of work on Eastern Europe. And I believe our first real experience was when she did an extensive polling survey of East European countries after the fall of communism. And then I believe she testified about that to the Foreign Relations Committee. She also ran a think tank, and I spoke to the think tank, and we met and talked. When I say bonded, what I mean by that is you've got to remember at the time, 92, 91, the Democratic Party was mostly filled with those who were reluctant to see America act internationally. Madeleine Albright was different. There were several officials who were different. And I was different, having visited the war zone, was urging action through my work at the committee, through my work with Senator Biden, and I wanted to bring together those who were advocating an American effort to stop the war. So she was a prominent advocate of that. And also, to be frank, the Bosnia cause was a very emotional thing for me as a Jewish American who had grown up under the knowledge. I was born in 1960, and it's funny to remember now that was only 15 years after the Holocaust. So I was very conscious of that issue of mass murder. And so being in a position, I always wondered what you would do if you had power in a time of horror. And so being able to work with her on a subject that was very powerful to me meant that we bonded at an emotional level beyond just the substance of the policy. And that's how we bonded.
Thank you.
Hope that wasn't too long.
Thank you. Mr. Rubin, did you have any involvement in the creation of the United Nations International Criminal Tribunal for the former Yugoslavia in 1993?
Well, yes, I did. Madeleine Albright was the U.S. ambassador to the UN, along with one of her counsels, David Sheffer. She was a strong advocate of creating this tribunal, and I worked very, very closely with her and David Sheffer, and she was very, very proud, and I was therefore proud with her of helping to create the first tribunal of its kind on the former Yugoslavia and Rwanda. I think it took some time to get up and running, and we visited here. I think it was around 94, 95, I can't remember precisely the date. And they would call her the mother of the tribunal.
I don't mean to cut you off, but this is going to be a lot easier if you listen to the question. The question called for a yes or no answer, and if he wants you to answer more to fill in the gaps afterwards, he will. It'll just make it work easier if you will.
Sure.
Please do that.
Let's try again.
That's okay. Thank you. Yes. In paragraph 2 of your statement, you say that from 1997 to 2000, during President Clinton's second term, you served as Assistant Secretary of State for Public Affairs and as the Chief Spokesman for the State Department. In paragraph 11 of your statement, you say that you not only had to know the issues, but you had to know where Secretary Albright stood on the issues, and that to do your job, you would read all relevant media reports as well as intelligence reports and diplomatic cables from U.S. missions and embassies, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you say at paragraph 3 that as part of your responsibilities, Secretary Albright tasked you to go to Rambouillet and to engage with the Kosovo-Albanian delegation during the Rambouillet conference, correct?
Yes.
If the court officer could please call up SPOE 003-97414 to SPOE 003-97417, please. Mr. Rubin, do you recognize the document on the screen?
Yes.
And what is it?
It's an article that I authored shortly after I left the government in 2000 that was intended to be a kind of mini memoir of the Kosovo War.
And does this account constitute a memoir of your own personal experiences during the Kosovo War?
Yes, which is why it was called Countdown to a Very Personal War.
Okay. And in this account, were you trying to be as accurate as possible with respect to your recollections?
Yes.
Mr. President, I tender this document into evidence, both parts of it, SPOE 003-97414 to SPOE 003-97417.
Any objection by the SPO?
No.
SPOE 003-97414 to 003-97417 is admitted. Please assign the number.
Your Honor, that will be assigned Exhibit 1D 280, and if we can confirm classification.
It's public. It should be public, it's a,
Already is public. It's reclassified as public.
thank you. Mr. Rubin, my next background question is, after this was published in 2000, did you have any subsequent interactions with Hashim Thaçi?
Yes.
Could you tell us when you interacted with Hashim Thaçi and why?
So I don't remember every interaction. I do remember the first one afterwards. He had been a young man I met during a very difficult time without any office or power, and like me was youngish. And then the first time I believe we met after this was published was in New York City when he became Prime Minister. And he showed up at a restaurant as Prime Minister. And I was struck by that because he had gone from being a young man who was like me working in a difficult time, and suddenly he had become a Prime Minister. This would have been probably several years afterwards, maybe 4 or 5 years to the best of my recollection. And it was in a restaurant in New York. That was the first time.
And when was the last time?
I believe the last time would have been around 2018 when I was working in Washington and he was then president of Kosovo.
Okay. And why did you meet at that time?
I left London in 2018, and actually I may want to I think it was 2019 when I saw him again, so if we add a year to that. So in 2018, I returned to Washington to work for a prominent lobbying firm. When I arrived there, they already had a contract with the Kosovo government before I arrived. When the partners realized that I knew him very well, they thought it would make sense for me to work with him on that contract, which was about representing him in an effort to make peace with Serbia. So we worked very closely during that period on an effort to end the conflict, to bring a final peace to Kosovo and Serbia. I was very happy to see maybe we could end this conflict with a mutual recognition. And that's what I worked with him on, the effort to end the conflict, to bring peace to the region and recognize Kosovo and recognize Serbia as two countries in peace and security, which would have been a nice ending to a rather horrible story.
Mr. Rubin, going back to 1999, do you recall when you arrived in Rambouillet for the talks?
Yes, I recall arriving after they had been going on for some number of days. It was Madeleine Albright, as Secretary of State, considered this an issue of prime importance to her, and things that were important to her were important to me, and she knew that she and I had the closest understanding of each other's views, so she sent me on ahead of her trip by about a week to go to the site, to meet with the negotiators, and to begin to formulate the policy that was a dramatic thing to try to bring peace and prevent what we feared was a upcoming mass slaughter of Kosovar Albanians through a peace conference.
And by the time of your arrival, do you know whether the Kosovo Albanian delegation had already chosen its chairperson?
I do know, yes.
And had they?
Yes.
And who was that?
That was Hashim Thaçi.
And did you know at the time, or do you know now, why Hashim Thaçi was chosen by the Kosovo Albanian delegation as its chair?
No, not for sure. We just knew that they had picked him.
Okay. At paragraph 21 of your statement, you say that Secretary Albright immediately wanted to talk to Mr. Thaçi when she arrived. Madam Court Officer, may I please call up DHT 05848 to DHT 05854, which is now admitted as an exhibit through the bar table decision of F03467.
Is it possible to just refer to its exhibit number, or did you give the exhibit number?
I don't think we have an exhibit number yet.
You wouldn't know that.
Yeah.
You're right. Go ahead.
Mr. Rubin, this is a United States code cable dated 15 February 1999. And if we could zoom in on the subject line, please. We see that the cable concerns a meeting that Secretary Albright had with the Kosovo Albanian delegation on the 14th of February, 1999. Do you see that?
Yes.
And this would have been the day after she arrived in Rambouillet?
Yes.
Okay. If we go to the page 2 of the document, we scroll down a bit to the middle, we see a list of the attendees of this meeting with the Kosovo Albanian delegation. Do you see yourself listed as one of the attendees?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall this meeting?
Yes.
If we could please go to page DHT 05852 of this document. If we scroll down to the bottom, please, we see there on the screen that it records Hashim Thaçi as having spoken and outlined 4 key objectives for the Kosovo Albanian delegation. 1 is reaching a political agreement. 2 is ensuring that an agreement is guaranteed by NATO and the United States. 3 is creating democratic institutions in Kosovo following an agreement. And 4 is ensuring that Kosovars, if we could go to the next page, please. Ensuring that Kosovars have the right to decide their own futures at the end of the interim period. Now, is what is recorded here consistent with your recollection of what Hashim Thaçi said at this meeting?
Well, this is 26 years ago.
I went to a lot of meetings, and I can't precisely remember those words, but it's consistent with what I remember him saying during the course of those talks.
Okay. And the next passage reports, if we scroll down a bit, on the words of Ibrahim Rugova during this meeting. It says that Mr. Rugova emphasized that the Albanian delegation had come to Rambouillet to reach a political agreement. Rugova noted that Kosovars wanted an agreement which contained an open door to the future. Acknowledging the problems with sovereignty, Rugova remarked that Kosovo should have sovereignty first and integration into the international community later. The Kosovar-Albanian demand for independence was not just for independence, but for the security of its people. The discussion centered on the SFRY, a country which no longer existed. Their hope was to go forward and not back. Is this passage consistent with your recollection of President Rugova's position on Kosovo independence?
Yes.
And if we can go now to the last page of this document, DHT 05854, paragraph 13. Secretary Albright is recorded as having told the KLA members of the Kosovo Albanian delegation, it says as follows, referring to the Kosovo Liberation Army, KLA, the Secretary noted that other armed groups had turned into political parties and encouraged the KLA to do the same. There was as much honor in being a great political leader as a great fighter. The Kosovo Albanians should look at Northern Ireland as a model. Sinn Féin separated itself from the IRA. It became part of the solution, not the problem. Do you recall Secretary Albright encouraging the KLA members of the delegation to turn the KLA into a political party like Sinn Féin had emerged from the Irish Republican Army?
Yes, I recall that first being said by her at that time, with not only the reference that was written in this cable, and I should point out for the first time here, which is very important, cables are not verbatim. They're impressions from a political officer who will tend to emphasize what he chooses or she chooses to rather than verbatim transcripts. And so what I remember about that was the word Jerry Adams and not Sinn Féin. So I remember her saying to him that he could be the Jerry Adams of the Kosovo Liberation Movement, the way Jerry Adams was a member of the IRA who became a political leader. So rather than Sinn Féin, I definitely remember her using Jerry Adams in reference to Hashim Thaçi.
Okay. On that point, if we could please, let me just check. If we could please call up 1D277, please. And Mr. Rubin, this is a different version of your Financial Times piece. If we could, in this document, please turn to page DHT 05278. And if we scroll, where it says Albright in the second paragraph from the bottom. And in the Financial Times, here's what you wrote in 2000. Albright gave him a pep talk saying, I hope you will become Kosovo's Jerry Adams and choose peace over continuing war and terrorism. That's what you were referring to as your recollection?
Yes, I'm glad I wrote it the way I remembered it.
Okay, good. Can you tell us in your own words, what did you understand Secretary Albright to be suggesting to Hashim Thaçi when she told him she hoped he would become the Jerry Adams of Kosovo?
This will require more than a word or two.
Go ahead.
Thank you. We arrived, and we didn't know the Kosovo Albanians very well, the way we knew the Bosnians. We knew a few of them. We had never met any KLA leaders, Madeleine Albright or I. Other members of the administration had. We had not. We were unaware of the KLA in general. It was a very small and, in our minds, not well understood or very significant force. And so when we heard that the leading member of the delegation, the one they chose as chairman, was from the KLA, she was trying to achieve peace at Rambouillet, to stop a war that was ongoing. And to stop a war, you have to motivate those who have a role in the military side of the equation, as opposed to the Mr. Rugova, who was a peaceful advocate of independence but had no role with the KLA. Hashim Thaçi was identified with the KLA. We didn't know him. So we were trying to encourage him to see this peace conference as an opportunity to transform a small group of people who had finally reached the point that they were using military or violence to achieve their objectives, to not do so. And so she was trying to make the point that this was how Nobel Prizes are won. This is how peace is made, by people transforming themselves. And since we didn't know him, we were trying to motivate him.
Thank you, Mr. Rubin. Mr. President, the U.S. Code Cable, as I mentioned, has already been admitted in the bar table motion, and I would ask that it be given an exhibit number at this time. That would be DHT 05848 to DHT 05854.
Yes, please give it a number.
Your Honor, that will be assigned Exhibit 1D 281.
Thank you. Mr. Rubin, if you could, in your own words, tell us how you interacted with Mr. Thaçi during the Rambouillet conference.
Again, will require a few words. So I remember their first meeting, which I believe was the one you just referred to and that was recorded in a cable. And immediately I recall that he recognized me from television because I was the spokesman of the State Department. I received a lot of TV time, especially for those who were interested in former Yugoslavia. So he recognized me, and I noticed in those days when someone recognizes you, they sort of move towards you and sort of wave to you or shake your hand or otherwise signal they know you. And Madeleine Albright noticed that he did that. And she was very good at human relations, and so she immediately said, Jamie, you should talk to him, get to know him. We didn't know him. Nobody knew him, really, in the U.S. government that I was aware of. And so we wanted to know more about the leader of the delegation that we needed to be in favor of a peace agreement. So she asked me, kind of like assigned me to him and said, get to know him, figure him out, help him come to the right decision. And so I did. Over those, I guess it was a couple of weeks, I tried to spend time with him. We met in the eating places, in the outdoor spaces. I smoke cigarettes now and then. So we went outside a lot, we took walks, and I was trying to get to know him. You know, in government, you often are said, okay, you're going to work with this person because she thought it was useful, and she knew that I knew her views, and I knew her views better than anybody else in the government at that time, and still. And so she wanted me to really get to know him, almost like, you know, be his colleague, friend, diplomatic work that you would do.
Okay.
And that's why I spent so much time with him there.
And how did you communicate?
At that time, Hashim Thaçi did not speak English. You know, when people don't speak your language in that circumstance, you often use body language. You use words that are known throughout languages. And then to communicate properly, diplomatically, you have an interpreter. And I believe there were times when a State Department interpreter would be with me, or some other person who I knew spoke both languages and could interpret.
If we could, Madam Registrar, or Madam Court Officer, if we could please call up DHT 05870 to DHT 05874. And this has also now been admitted as part of our bar table motion in the trial panel's decision F03467. And if we go to the subject line again, this is a code cable, U.S. code cable, reporting on, it's dated the 25th of February 1999, but the subject line indicates that it's a report of Secretary Albright's meeting with the Kosovo Albanian delegation at the Chateau on the 20th of February 1999. And if we go to page 2, if we scroll down to the list of attendees, do you see yourself listed as an attendee of that meeting?
Yes.
And if we go to page 3 of this document at DHT 05872, beginning at paragraph 4, the document reports on Secretary Albright pressing the Kosovo Albanian delegation to accept the terms of the Rambouillet Agreement. And I quote, "The Secretary requested a decision from the Albanian delegation by 4:30 that afternoon on whether it would agree to the proposed interim settlement. The Albanians did not commit to provide one." End summary. And then paragraph 5 says, "The Secretary informed the Albanian delegation that the contact group expected its decision on the proposed interim settlement by 4:30 p.m. She expressed hope that if the decision would be a positive one, or she expressed hope that the decision would be a positive one. She warned that if it were not, then the Albanians would be the losers, because the Serbs were about to turn down the agreement. She emphasized that the Albanians and the world understood the effect of such an action." If we go to the bottom of page 3, please. We have Mr. Thaçi's response. It says, "Thaçi apologized for wasting the time of the contact group, but the Albanian delegation had to make important decisions which could not be rushed. He hoped that the United States could understand their tardiness. The Kosovo Albanians have always been and always will be with the United States. However, the people of Kosovo must be able to express their judgment about their status after the expiration of the 3-year interim period." Now, is the summary contained in this code cable consistent with your own recollection of what transpired in this meeting on the 20th of February, 1999?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. President, I'd ask that an exhibit number be given to this document as well.
Please give a number to 05870 to 05874.
Your Honor, that will be Exhibit 1D 282.
Thank you. Madam Court Officer, if we could please have on the screen DHT 04047 to DHT 04051. Mr. Rubin, this is a New York Times article of the 23rd of February, 1999. My first question is, the author is a journalist named Jane Perlez. Do you know the author?
Yes.
And how do you know her?
She was the diplomatic correspondent for the New York Times covering the Secretary of State, and it was my job to know her.
Okay. Did you communicate with her while you were in Rambouillet?
Yes, not very often.
The article reports that the Kosovo-Albanian delegation had refused the exhortations of Secretary Albright and General Clark. If we go to page 2, that first or second paragraph on your screen, it says, the guerrillas' main objection appeared to be the absence of the word referendum in the political document of the peace proposal, even though the draft calls for an international conference to assess the, quote, will of the people, close quote, at the end of a 3-year interim period. A referendum on independence has been a rallying cry of the guerrilla group. Is this account consistent with your recollection of what had transpired in the talks up until that point?
Yes, but remember that she is just getting impressions. She's not in the talks. She's not always accurate. She's trying to be accurate, but we're not communicating exactly what's going on to the New York Times because these are peace talks. And so they're trying to obtain information. That description was part of the problem, but she probably overstated it.
Okay. The article also reports that Mr. Thaçi did not speak Serbian. Do you know whether Mr. Thaçi speaks Serbian or spoke Serbian at the time?
I don't know, but I knew he didn't speak English.
Okay. Mr. President, I tender this article into evidence.
Any objection?
No.
DHT 04047 to 04051 is admitted. Please assign a number.
Your Honor, that will be assigned Exhibit 1D 283.
Mr. President, I'm about to turn into a longer topic. I don't know if you want to take a break right now.
We'll take a 10-minute break at this time. We'll be back in 10 minutes. Please do not speak with anyone about your testimony outside the courtroom. I'll have to remind you of that. I have to remind you of that several times, so just be patient. That's all. You may leave. We're adjourned until 10:10.
All rise. All rise.
Be seated. Madam Court Officer, please bring the witness in. Did you have something else, Mr. Misitich?
Just to continue with my direct.
I thought maybe you wanted to make
No, thank you.
a speech.
No, I try to avoid speeches.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, witness, Mr. Misitich will continue with his questions now. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Rubin, at paragraph 24 of your statement, you say that at some point, Mr. Thaçi shared with you his worries that he did not have full authority to sign on behalf of the KLA without approval. Madam Court Officer, could we please have Exhibit 1D279 on the screen, please? And Mr. Rubin, this is the book version of your Financial Times article, which you discuss in your statement. And if we could please go to page SPOE 00229721, please. And on this page, at the top, and this is now Secretary Albright speaking at the top, you personally will be responsible for, and she's speaking to Mr. Thaçi, you personally will be responsible for the death of your own people if you do not change your mind. Leadership means making difficult decisions. I know it is very difficult for you to give up independence, but if you do not accept, you will not have the support of the West. You will endanger the friendship with me and Mr. Rubin. You do not have better friends than myself and Rubin in the West. However, we cannot help you to despair your own people. And then you write, Thaçi was on the brink of tears. He had never met foreign ministers, let alone an angry U.S. secretary. He said that he himself had witnessed the death of his closest friends and the crimes committed against women and children and old people. He was aware of the consequences. For a few moments, he could not speak. Then, adjusting his posture somehow, he said that he was sorry, but the answer was no. My first question is this account of your interaction with Mr. Thaçi true and accurate to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
And is it correct that Mr. Thaçi was on the brink of tears in this discussion with Secretary Albright?
That was my impression.
Okay. If we continue on the page, it says, when Hashim Thaçi left the room the last night at Rambouillet, Madeleine Albright gathered her team for a meeting. She was pale. The conference was turning into shambles. After analyzing the hopeless situation, Albright returned to Paris by car to sleep for a few hours. That night, I went on a long walk with Thaçi. It was cold outside, but he refused to take my coat. He was worried. He said he was under the pressure of the KLA commanders in Kosovo and its financiers from Europe. They would consider him a traitor. He felt that if he lost Albright as a friend, this would be a real catastrophe for his cause. Is this account of your interaction with Mr. Thaçi true and accurate to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
Specifically, did Mr. Thaçi tell you he could not sign the agreement because he felt he was under pressure from KLA commanders in Kosovo and financiers from Europe, and that they would consider him a traitor if he signed the agreement?
Yes.
Can you explain a little bit in your own words how that conversation went?
Right. The idea of deferring rather than making explicit the independence declaration was the heart of the diplomacy going on in Rambouillet. We wanted to gather the world together, not just the United States, but European countries and Russia. which was part of these negotiations. This was a unique moment in history where the great powers, such as they were trying to prevent a slaughter. To do that, we wanted all of the great powers to be working together, not just the United States, which some people would have had us just try to do it ourselves. But Madeleine Albright wanted as much unanimity among the great powers as possible. Russia was very sympathetic to the Serbian desire not to have an independence declaration in any formal document. We had no real position yet on independence. So we needed a compromise, a diplomacy, a vagary to get us to the next phase where we could get all the world to convince the Serbs to agree to the peace agreement. To do that, we needed the Kosovo Albanians to say yes. He was saying he couldn't say yes without an explicit declaration for independence, because there were those in his movement, the KLA commanders, the ideologues behind Kosovo independence, were maximalists, wanting to get everything. Diplomacy is the art of the possible, not the perfect. And so we were trying to get a possible, which was not to say yes to independence or no in the document, so that we said they could have an expression of the will of the people without making clear that it was independence. He was saying if he didn't use the word independence and agree to that, he was being perceived as giving up independence. And so it was a really hard moment. And he was explaining that he wasn't in charge of anything. He was the person who was dealing with us because he had a political role in the KLA, but not a leadership role. He didn't have power. He was a reflection of a movement. And many people in that movement wanted independence now, or at least in the document confirmed there would be a vote on independence. So the idea here was, how do you achieve everybody's goals? And the only way to do that was to have the document be vague on independence. He couldn't accept that because he was told that he would be, as he put it, seen as a traitor. So we tried to figure out a way around that, and he and I did that.
Okay. Madam Court Officer, could we please have on the screen DHT 05884 to DHT 05884, please? And Mr. Rubin, this is a video from the BBC, the documentary Fall of Milosevic, and I'd like to ask you to just listen to this excerpt from that documentary. If we could play the video, please.
At a long table, as if we were in judgment or something. And first Thaçi was brought in with a couple of other members of the Albanian delegation. The question was basically, do you agree with the framework, yes or no? And we were expecting a yes, or I was. I said, look, I don't understand what just happened in there. You have let us down. It is an impossible situation now. How could you do this? We expected you to be a leader.
Mrs. Albright declared, if you sign the Serbs don't, we will bomb. NATO will activate. If you don't sign, our hands are tied.
He looked like a high school student that I had dressed down.
Mr. Rubin, is what Secretary Albright and Mr. Thaçi say in this video about the meeting they had consistent with your own understanding of the atmosphere when Mrs. Albright addressed Mr. Thaçi after he refused to sign the agreement?
Yes.
Mr. President, I tender the video into evidence, DHT 05884 to DHT 05884.
Any objection?
I'm sorry, maybe I wasn't paying attention. Was the whole clip played, or what are we tendering?
It's the whole clip.
Then no objection.
DHT 05884 to 05884 is admitted and will be assigned a number.
Your Honor, that will be assigned Exhibit 1D 284.
Thank you. Mr. Rubin, in your statement at paragraphs 26 and 27, you explained that there was a second round of negotiations in Paris and that the Kosovo-Albanian delegation eventually signed the agreement on the 18th of March, 1999. I would like to show you a document which has now been admitted by the trial panel in our bar table motion in its decision F03467. And that document is DHT 05883 to DHT 05883. Mr. Rubin, what does this picture depict?
This is Paris. This is the signing by the Kosovo-Albanian delegation of the Rambouillet Accords.
And do you recognize any individuals in the picture?
I recognize most of the people, all of the people at the table. I recognize Chris Hill. I recognize the Russian negotiator and the European Union negotiator.
Thank you. Mr. President, I'd ask for an exhibit number for this document, which has already been admitted.
It's been admitted already. Please assign a number.
Your Honor, that will be Exhibit 1D 285.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Rubin, during the second round of negotiations in Paris and the signing, did you get a chance to speak again with Hashim Thaçi?
Yes.
I would like to show you again Exhibit 1D 279, please. And if we could please go to page SPOE 00229726, please. If we can go to the second paragraph from the bottom in the English. Here you write, and this is your Financial Times article, the book version, during the luxurious French lunch and a stroll in the gardens of the residence of the ambassador near Champs-Élysées, Thaçi told me his version of what had really happened in the Rambouillet castle. In that 3-week interval, there was a split in the KLA leadership, since a small group of extremists insisted on independence, whereas the overwhelming majority wanted to embrace NATO and the West. The majority won, whereas those who opposed it were deprived of decision-making in the future. Is your account there of your discussion with Mr. Thaçi in Paris an accurate reflection of what Mr. Thaçi told you at the time, to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
During your interactions with Mr. Thaçi during the Rambouillet conference and in Paris, did you form an impression as to the extent of Mr. Thaçi's authority within the KLA?
Yes.
And what was your impression?
Two things I would say about that. One, this was an extremely high-pressure environment. I've been in a lot of high-pressure environments in my life on many, many issues. This was about as intense as I can remember. because the fate of potentially 1 million people were at stake. If NATO embraced the West, if the Kosovo Liberation Movement, all of the Kosovo Albanians embraced the West, they would have the West with them. If they didn't, it would be a slaughter. We predicted slaughter of hundreds of thousands of people were predicted. So that created intense emotions. My impression was that he was a person assigned the job of interacting with us by the Kosovo leadership, such as it was. We didn't understand their leadership structure very well, but it was clear that he did not have authority or the capability to dictate anything, but rather could reflect decisions made by that amorphous thing called the Kosovo Albanian leadership, which was making decisions as a group, who were not always present, and so he had to go get authority. He had no capability, no ability to dictate, and so when we wanted to do something important, he needed others to tell him it was okay. And that high-pressure moment I'm describing caused this division, because there were those who I would call extremists who wanted to get everything now and put at risk all of their people for a few words in a document, while there were those who were practical, like Hashim Thaçi, and they lost a battle because we persuaded the Kosovo Albanian delegation that if they deferred the clarity and this explicit call for independence, they could well get independence, but first they could save their people. And my impression of Thaçi's power was he could only reflect this decision-making. So when the majority decided to embrace NATO in the West, those extremists were sidelined. And then he could come and join the others in signing the document. And so my impression was he was a reflection of the leadership of that movement and not in charge of that movement.
Thank you. Mr. Rubin, I'd like to turn to paragraphs 68 and 69 of your witness statement, where you explain that in June of 1999, Secretary Albright met in Germany with Hashim Thaçi, Ibrahim Rugova, and Recep Çosia, and encouraged them to get their political structure organized and to work towards a civil administration. You say in paragraph 69 that it is implicit that Secretary Albright was referring to the Provisional Government of Kosovo. Quoting from your statement, "While we needed to work with a unified power, we did not want it to be recognized as a sovereign state, which is why her wording was vague." I'd like to show you a document, SITF 000-11863 to SITF 000-11870, please. Mr. Rubin, this is a OSCE report of the 1st of June, 1999. And if we could go to page SITF 000-11866, please. And in the section 2, International Relations. Beginning at the paragraph that starts on 19 May. It says, on 19 May, British Prime Minister Blair, having met Krasniqi and other KLA representatives in Tirana, appealed to all political forces in Kosovo to unite on the basis of their Rambouillet Agreement as credible interlocutors for the international community. KLA leader Thaçi arrived in Tirana on the 21st of May and issued an open letter of invitation to Rugova to join him and other Kosovo political leaders for talks. My question to you is, are there similarities in the messages delivered by Prime Minister Blair on the 19th of May to Kosovo Albanian political forces and the message delivered by Secretary Albright in Germany to Messrs. Thaçi, Rugova, and Chosia?
Yes.
And what are those similarities?
That, again, we were not, we meaning the UK, the United States, who were the primary leaders of this, Prime Minister Blair working with President Clinton and Robin Cook working with Madeleine Albright, his foreign minister. We were in sync, and we wanted them to make it easier for us to work with them. And we were trying to get them to act in as unified a way as possible. That's why the talk of joining together or working together, but we didn't want to signal support for independence, signal support for the idea that this was an independent nation with a government. One, because that would undermine the unity of the international community, which hadn't agreed on that, and two, because it wasn't possible, because it wasn't independent and it didn't have a government, and we were concerned that it had no authority and leadership structure in which a single leader or a group of people had the capability or authority to execute decision-making. In the West, we're used to dealing with one interlocutor who can then achieve something. We didn't have that, so he was trying to say the same thing as her: work together, be unified, be consistent with the Rambouillet Accords that you've signed, but never use the words Blair or Clinton or Albright that signal explicit support for independence.
Understood. Mr. President, this document has already been admitted by the panel in the bar table motion decision, and I would ask that it be given an exhibit number.
Your Honor, that would be assigned Exhibit 1D 286.
Thank you.
Thank you. In your statement, beginning at paragraph 28, you explained that you returned to Kosovo in June of 1999 to participate in the negotiations over the demilitarization of the KLA, correct?
Yes.
And was there an issue that had come up that required your participation in the discussions?
Yes.
And what was that issue?
At that time, the war was drawing to a close. The British General Mike Jackson had negotiated the withdrawal plan for Serbian forces from Kosovo. He was the commander of a new force called K4, which had been negotiated by the highest level. I think Yeltsin and Bill Clinton negotiated it personally, again, so that Russia, Europe, and the United States were all unified in a position to have a unified force. It was very complicated to get the Russians involved. I say that as an explanation for Mike Jackson, General Jackson, managing to arrange the Serb withdrawal, but then saying, I want to only deploy my forces in what was called a permissive environment. That permissive environment required the KLA to demilitarize. He didn't want to have international forces interacting with the Kosovo Liberation Army, such as it was. What was unique about that is they, in their minds, had just won a war. In our minds, they weren't as significant to the winning of the war as they thought they were. We thought they were a minor player, but we understood that they thought they were the victorious army. We'll never know who's more responsible. The fact is, Milosevic agreed to the withdrawal. Now we had to get the KLA demilitarized to meet the demands of the commander on the ground. We were told that there were negotiations that had been ongoing between the British and the British military and these KLA representatives, that they were nearing the end of the talks, but they couldn't achieve the agreement until they finished negotiation. And then there's a new name popped up to the British, was that the KLA commanders wanted their political representative to sign it. The name Hashim Thaçi was reported, and Madeleine Albright, Secretary Albright, did what she did in Paris, and Rambouillet would say, "Where's Jamie? Let's get him to work with Hashim Thaçi, because he's now had a decent track record." And so she asked me as a special duty, because remember, I wasn't formal, that wasn't my normal job. I was the spokesman working on everything for her, Iraq, Middle East, Russia, China. And she said, "No, stop what you're doing. Go to Kosovo and make sure that this agreement is signed so that the force commander's goals can be met," Mike Jackson, "and make sure again that Hashim Thaçi signs the agreement." That's what she told me. That's why I went to the region.
And how long did you stay in Kosovo?
I can't remember precisely, but I would say 4 days, 3 days. I didn't actually stay in Kosovo. I was housed in a hotel in Skopje in Macedonia, and then every morning I was brought through special means into the mountains to meet with the Hashim Thaçi and the actual commanders of the KLA in their mountain hideaway retreat location.
Okay. Do you recall the dates that you were?
It was late June 1999.
Mr. Rubin, I'd like to show you a video. And Madam Court Officer, this is 087008-01, beginning at the 8-minute and 58-second mark to the 9-minute and 18-second mark. And the transcript is 087008-01-TR, revised ET for the English, and 087008-01-TR, revised in the Albanian as well. And this has already been admitted through the bar table motion as well. But for now, we can just play the video.
Good job. And then it's my understanding that Hashim will sign. Is that?
We can stop there. Mr. Rubin, did you recognize anyone in that video?
Yes.
And who did you recognize?
Myself and Hashim Thaçi.
Yes, and did you hear what your voice said on the video?
I did.
And I believe the transcript says you said, "It's my understanding that Hashim will sign it." Do you know what you were referring to?
Yes, the demilitarization agreement.
Okay. If we could just go back a couple of seconds to a shot of the video with Mr. Rubin in it. Yes. The date there on the video is 19 June 1999. Do you have any knowledge as to whether that date is accurate?
It strikes me as precise, yes.
Mr. President, I ask that an exhibit number be given for this video. It's been already admitted.
This is from the bar table. Please give it a number.
Your Honor, that will be assigned Exhibit 1D 287.
Thank you. And that will include the video and the transcripts? Yes, thank you. Mr. Rubin, can you describe in your own words how the negotiations of the demilitarization undertaking took place from the time you arrived in Kosovo until the undertaking was signed?
Yes.
Please go ahead.
Objection, Your Honor. This matter is covered in the Rule 154 statement that has been admitted. Several other matters actually that we're covering in direct are also there. So if this is a matter of repeating the same thing, then that's not permissible. That's the scope of saving time, having a statement admitted. If counsel wants to ask for something more specific in relation to what is said in that statement, that would be a permissible question.
Mr. President, I believe Preparation Note 2 has additional information that we did disclose, and I'm asking the witness to give that information.
Objections overruled. Go ahead.
This was an unusual negotiation because the decision-making of the other party was very unclear when I arrived, and we had to reflect the views of all the members of NATO and all the members of the world who were participating in KFOR. So we had on one side dozens of countries, and the other this amorphous thing called the KLA, which we didn't understand very well. Nobody did, and we didn't think was a very organized structure, but we needed to meet the demands of the commander on the ground, who, when you're in a military situation, the commander on the ground has a lot of authority. And when he asks for something, you try to give it to him. And what he asked for was the demilitarization of the KLA. So, when I arrived, the British military had been working with the KLA, that is, the commanders in the room. I'd never met these people before. There were, I guess, about 12, 15, maybe 16 people in the room of various kinds who appeared to be the sector commanders, or I was told were the sector commanders. And they were older men in their 50s or above. Hashim was a young man, like me in that picture, looking awfully young. And so it was clear to me that he was not in charge. He didn't have the knowledge, the capabilities, or the authority to make decisions in any way, shape, or form, to my experience. What he did have was their desire for him to be the signer. And I took that as a kind of a foreign minister's role, a political role. That's what was my impression. So when we were there for 3 days and words had to be changed, ideas had to be implemented into language, they wanted the maximum degree of a military force. We wanted to minimize the military force because that's what our commander asked us to do. So whenever words needed to be changed, that was done by the commanders in conjunction with the British military on many occasions when words needed to be changed. Or sometimes Hashim Thaçi would bring to me their latest views, and I would look at it with my guys, and we'd say, this works, this doesn't work. And then he'd go, okay, let me try to go back and get the commanders who were in charge to agree to it. But it was absolutely clear to me that he didn't have the capability or the authority to make decisions for the KLA in terms of practical questions, giving up weapons, directing forces, wearing uniforms. All the things that militaries do were decided by other people. What he could do was be what we would consider the front man in a kind of a situation like this. The man like a foreign minister, like Madeleine Albright would do by getting her military and her commanders-in-chief in the United States to agree to things, and then she could be the signer. And so that went on for 3 long days to figure this all out so that he could sign it and the NATO countries would be happy. The commander on the ground, General Jackson, would be happy, and we had reason to believe these commanders from the various units would follow the rules of this demilitarization agreement, which specified specific actions had to be taken by that military unit, given the fact that we didn't think it was very organized. And so I met the commanders, and I absolutely saw the relationship between those commanders and Hashim, and they told him what to do. He didn't tell them what to do.
I'd like to show you again the Financial Times, the book version of the Financial Times article. And if we could have 1D279, please. If we could go to page SPOE 00229733, please. Yes, if we could look at the paragraph that begins, Jackson took me. And here you write, Jackson took me to one of his field tents and told me that his signature had to be described as taking KLA commitment and not as his acceptance of it. He explained that some European countries feared that without the change of this single word, they would be considered as supporters of an independent army for Kosovo. This did not make any sense. The document was at last presenting an aspiration of the Albanians. NATO was not promising anything. Frustrated, I said I was going to talk to Thaçi. The only card I was left to offer Thaçi was a phone call from Clinton. So I asked Jonathan Prince, an aide in the White House, who was charged to work in Jackson's staff, to connect us to the hotel room of the president, who was in Germany. Then I told Thaçi that if he would accept this single change and accept to sign it then and there, the US president himself would call him to congratulate him. He looked at me for a few seconds and then said, yes, we can sign it right now. The agreement was signed in a tent a few minutes later. The last piece of the puzzle fell into place. Thaçi talked with the president, and within a few months, NATO commanders approved that, and then it goes on. Now, my question to you is, did Mr. Thaçi agree to this last-minute change on his own?
Yes.
And how do you reconcile this account with your recollection that he had to consult with military commanders before he could sign anything?
This was an agreement between the KLA and the NATO force, K4 force. In the agreement, the KLA had made certain commitments of things they would be prepared to do. Schedules for demobilization, essentially, how to change from a unit to a protection force, we call it. So they made these commitments. They agreed to them. The commanders agreed to them. The so-called commander-in-chief, such as he was, Ceku, agreed to them. The leaders of the Kosovo Liberation Army military, to the extent that they'd agreed to them. The word change didn't change what they'd agreed to. It was a detail for the West to distinguish between accept or receive, and frankly, it didn't make any sense, as I wrote. And I argued to him, I said, this doesn't matter, it's meaningless. Foreign ministers, political leaders have the ability to decide when something's meaningless or meaningful. And it was my experience in all the discussions leading up to that moment that when it was a meaningful change, a significant change, when it mattered, he had to get approval from the actual commanders of the KLA, who were up in the mountains, or from Ceku, who was so-called commander-in-chief of the KLA. But since this was not meaningful, not significant, was a detail in the mind of General Jackson, frankly. I don't personally think it reflected the views of NATO members, but he said that because that's what he could say. He just didn't want to have his name associated with anything that had legal significance in his mind. But he wasn't a lawyer. He was just a military guy who wanted to minimize what his signature meant. All of the obligations fell on the KLA side, whether the word was accept or receive. So having explained all that to Thaçi, in maybe not as many words as I just did, and saying I could offer him a call with the President of the United States, he saw this was a non-significant change. It was a trivial change of wording, trivial, in exchange for finishing the war, ending the conflict, bringing peace to his people. And so, yeah, he saw that it was not significant, therefore he didn't need authority from the commanders, and he could agree to it, and in turn get a call with the President of the United States, which is a very big deal for a foreign minister type of a small group of KLA-led forces that he was representing. It was an easy decision, I think, for him.
Thank you. Madam Court Officer, I have some time left before the break. It's DHT 04107 to DHT 04110, please. Mr. Rubin, this is a New York Times article from the 22nd of June, 1999, authored by a journalist named Carlotta Gall. Do you know Carlotta Gall?
Yes.
And did you work with Carlotta Gall at the time you were spokesman for the State Department?
Yes.
And did you speak to Carlotta Gall during this trip to Kosovo in June of 1999?
I believe so, yes.
The article is about, it's titled Crisis in the Balkans, the Separatists, Rebel General Planning a New Army for Kosovo, and it discusses the rebel official being General Agim Ceku. And if we could go to the third page of this document, which is DHT 04109, please. And we go to the paragraph that begins, a Western official. It says, a Western official who had seen General Ceku in the mountain headquarters said rebel commanders had appeared deferential to the general. Do you know who the Western official might be who spoke to Carlotta Gall?
It probably was me.
Okay. And had you seen the mountain headquarters of General Cheku?
Yes.
And can you tell us when you saw the mountain headquarters of General Cheku?
Yes.
Please go ahead.
I'm trying to be as
Yes.
respectful of the judge's request here. At the end of the talks, when it was all pretty much done, and we were waiting around, which is what you do a lot in these things, the General Reith, who was the NATO general, or I guess he was in the British military at the time, thought it would be wise to meet with the actual commander of the KLA, who was located at another location about, I don't know, half a mile away or a quarter of a mile away from where these talks had taken place. So we left the site, some of us, and went over to General Cheku's house / headquarters. And it was hard to know which it was. It was sort of where he lived. And we had a drink of whiskey with him to celebrate the decision to transform the KLA into the Kosovo Protection Force. And it was my impression through that process, having observed in the Balkans power relationships, leaders of militaries in my professional career of many decades, when somebody was in charge and how people behaved towards someone who's in charge. And it was my impression that people behaved as if Cheku was in charge. And that's what I communicated to Carlotta Gall.
Did you ever notice the KLA commanders being deferential to Mr. Thaçi?
No.
Was Mr. Thaçi, did you ever observe him being deferential to the KLA commanders?
Yes.
In what way did you observe him to be deferential?
Again, during those 3 days, probably 6 to 10 times we had to change things. And we also had sort of social interaction of some kind. I don't remember his exact age, but I think he was around 30, Thaçi, and I was 39, yes, 39. And we were the youngsters in the group, and they were much older. And so I observed, both socially, him being deferential to them in our interactions, and substantively, when some information or knowledge was needed about the way the KLA operated, when the capabilities of the KLA needed to be understood better, or when a decision had to be made by the KLA, that Hashim Thaçi had to defer to these group of commanders for information, knowledge, decisions, and thus I observed him being deferential to them on the substantive questions of the KLA, and I observed him being deferential to them socially. And frankly, because of the age gap in that culture, I felt that he was the demandeur. He was the one asking them for things, and they were kind of telling him what to do.
Thank you. Mr. President, and I recognize it's the break. I would just like to tender this document into evidence DHT 04107 to DHT 04110.
Any objection?
No.
DHT 04107 to 04110 is admitted. Please assign a number.
That will be assigned Exhibit 1D 288.
Mr. President, I believe it's time for a break. Yeah.
All right, we'll take a half-hour break at this time. You may walk out of the courtroom now. Please do not speak with anybody about your testimony.
Just in terms of timing, I will definitely finish in the next session.
Thank you very much. We're adjourned until 11:30.
All rise. All rise.
Be seated, please. Please bring the witness in, Madam Court Officer. All right, Mr. Mistich, you may continue.
Thank you, Mr. President. Welcome back, Mr. Rubin. I'd like to show you now a video. Madam Court Officer, this is Exhibit P2519, please, beginning at the 2-minute and 13-second mark.
There is a new epoch beginning for the people of Kosovo, which guarantees freedom, peace, democracy, and prosperity. Thank you.
I'm just going to make a brief statement, and as all of you know, we're going to have another event. Secretary Albright spoke to Hashim Thaçi a few moments ago after he signed the agreement. She expressed her pleasure at his courage in making the decision that he made and that his organization made to transform itself. The President of the United States also spoke to Mr. Thaçi a few moments ago and similarly expressed his congratulations for the decision to sign this document. and was particularly pleased by the expressions of support for democracy and tolerance that Mr. Thaçi made in his conversation.
Mr. Rubin, first, can you identify the people in the video you saw?
I saw myself, I saw Hashim Thaçi, and at the beginning I saw General Jackson.
And is what you said and what Mr. Thaçi said on the video consistent with your recollection about what was said at the time?
Yes.
And in the video, you say that the President of the United States was pleased with Mr. Thaçi's support for tolerance and democracy. Did you believe at the time that Mr. Thaçi's support for tolerance and democracy was genuine?
Again, we're 26 years ago, so I was reflecting what I believed he said, but in our business, words are important, but actions are more important. So I would only say that we were going to judge all of our interlocutors by their actions, but the words were a great start.
Now I'd like to show you another video, which is 103211-09.
Ishte jashtëzakonisht i madh. James Rubin, I cili e hapi këtë konferencë fillimisht, përshëndeti zotin Thaçi e Qeku, duke theksuar se Shtetet e Bashkuara të Amerikës kanë vënë në bashkëpunim të mirë me udhëheqjen e Kosovës. Në këtë kuadër, Rubin përmendi edhe bisedën që ka zhvilluar brenda kryeministri Thaçi me presidentin Clinton dhe sekretarin e shtetit zonin Albright, të cilët, si u shpreh ai, kanë shkuar lart në nënshkrimin e marrëveshjes për transformimin ushqyese, duke vlerësuar si kontribut konkret për vendosjen e forcës së Kosovës dhe të stabilitetit në rajon. Ndërkaq duke i drejtuar gazetarëve, kryeministri I qeverisë së përkohshme të Kosovës, Hashim Thaçi, tha se më vjen mirë që takohem me ju në Prishtinë dhe shtoi se ne në nënshkrimin e marrëveshjes për transformimin e ushqyes e konsiderojmë vazhdimsi të marrëveshjes së Rambujës. Duke përgjigjur në shumë pyetje të gazetarëve, kryeministri Thaçi shprehu përcaktimin e qartë për ndërtimin e shoqërisë demokratike në Kosovë, ku UÇK-ja dhe qeveria e përkohshme e Kosovës do t'i kryejnë me vendosmëri obligime që shtrohen para tyre. Më pastaj, Hashim Thaçi, duke u përgjigjur në një pyetje për të burgosurit, pohoi se në burgjet serbe ende bëhen shumë intelektualë shqiptarë, si është Ushqim Koti, Gjovit Haziri, Afir Shale e shumë të tjerë, për të cilët tha se duhet lirohen sa më parë.
Mr. Rubin, my first question is, you've seen the video. Is that video a video of the same press conference as the video we just saw?
Appears to be, yes.
Okay. There are a couple of what appear to be slight differences. You can see the text of the translation in the second paragraph of words attributed to Mr. Thaçi that are not on the first video. For example, it records that Mr. Thaçi at the press conference said, we consider the signing of the agreement for the transformation of the KLA as a continuation of the Rambouillet agreement, and then the KLA and the Provisional Government of Kosovo will resolutely fulfill the obligations placed before them. And then that he answered a question about prisoners, that many Albanian intellectuals are held in Serbian prisons, and many others whom he said should be released as soon as possible. Do you recall any of that discussion at that press conference?
I think there's a conflation here of two events. There's the statement that is made in the tent of General Jackson with the maps around us, And then later that day, we flew into Pristina, which is why it says, "I'm glad to meet you in Pristina." And we had a press conference in which we took a lot of questions. And I think this report is a conflation of the two events, so that's why there's more in this report than there was in the other, because in the first were just moments before President Clinton had spoken to Hashim Thaçi, Secretary Albright had spoken to him. Then there was, I don't know how many minutes between going from the tent of the KFOR headquarters into the city of Pristina itself, where we had an actual press conference. The first was more like a couple of sentences uttered by each of us in a military environment where there wouldn't have been journalists.
Okay, thank you. Mr. President, this video and transcript has already been admitted as part of our bar table motion in the trial panel's decision F03467, and I would ask that it be given an exhibit number.
Yes, it can be given an exhibit number.
Your Honors, the video and accompanying transcripts will be assigned Exhibit 1D 289.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Court Officer, could we please have on the screen DHT 01460 to DHT 01461, please? And you can see on the first page, Mr. Rubin, that this is a record of hearings at the Committee on Foreign Relations of the United States Senate. That is, in fact, the committee that you worked on in the late 80s and early 90s, is that correct?
Yes.
And that is the committee that you've said you worked on for Senator Biden, correct?
Correct.
If we could turn the page, please. And if we could scroll towards the bottom, please, to see the remarks of Senator Biden. There we go. And Senator Biden's remarks at the committee hearing are, he says, we start with the sentence in the fourth line from the top of that paragraph, bombing did not work. He says, bombing did not work. It seems to me bombing worked, and even though Mr. Thaçi tells me, as I met with him for several hours, how he did anything, that is a bunch of crap. The incremental impact of the KLA on this process was just that, incremental. No evidence, none. You may be talking about 1,500 fighters, not 10,000. Mr. Thaçi asked me, he said, you are 29 like I am when you took office. Do you have any advice? I said, well, if you are asking, I'm happy to tell you, although very different circumstances. He said, what is your advice? I said, number one, do not take yourself so seriously. And number two, understand that I know you do not control the KLA. Now, Senator Biden here says that he told Mr. Thaçi that he knows that Mr. Thaçi does not control the KLA. Can you tell the panel what was Senator Biden's position at this time on the Senate Foreign Relations Committee?
As I recall, he was the ranking Democrat on the committee. And
given your knowledge of the committee, I would like to ask you a few questions about how the ranking Democrat on the Senate Foreign Relations Committee receives information on matters such as who does or does not control the KLA. Did you ever travel with Senator Biden to the Balkans?
I did. In 1993, the spring of 93, we went to all the Balkan countries, I think.
Does the State Department have a protocol for when a U.S. senator goes to a foreign country?
Yes, they do.
And what is that protocol?
There's a control officer at each site. So normally the senator would have in this case, going to the Balkans, you'd have a government military plane with a military officer on the plane who was making sure the plane got to the next place. And then when you arrived in each country, a control officer from the State Department would meet the plane, described the latest situation on the ground and who you're likely to meet and what rank they are and protocol and kind of background to each of the countries would be provided by that control officer or by intelligence reporting, which a senator would have access to from the intelligence community.
That will take me to my next questions. During the Kosovo conflict, would the ranking Democrat on the Senate Foreign Relations Committee receive any briefings from the State Department or other agencies about what was happening in the conflict in Kosovo?
Yes.
And from whom would the ranking Democrat receive briefings?
It would be a mix of his staff, and that as a staff member, we like to think we have important roles in briefing senators, and so the staff members would be receiving all source information from the intelligence community, from the State Department, from the Defense Department. In this case, I know that Senator Biden was extremely involved in the war in Kosovo because he was the highest ranking Democrat in the Senate on foreign affairs. Having traveled to the Balkans, he was the most influential Democratic senator on the Balkans in general. And the war was very controversial politically in the Democratic Party, in the Republican Party. And so therefore a senator like Senator Biden would have been briefed by everybody, the CIA, other intelligence agencies, and the State Department extensively. And I know that Secretary Albright talked to Senator Biden a lot during the Kosovo War, again, because it was the most important thing the United States was doing at the time, and because President Clinton was a Democrat, and because President Clinton and Senator Biden were close, and because Senator Biden had a special interest in the Balkans. So he would have been as well briefed as any senator of the 100 senators on this subject.
Okay. And just as a follow-up to an earlier answer you gave, a control officer would be what kind of official?
Would be a State Department diplomat based in the region, in that state, that would meet the plane, be a State Department officer, a Foreign Service officer.
Thank you. Taking you back to paragraphs 65 and 66 of your witness statement, there you explained that the United States State Department had written to Senator Mitch McConnell, the chairman of the Senate Foreign Operations Committee, and reported to him that there was no effective command and control of the KLA. And you say in your statement that this assessment would have been cleared by numerous agencies of the U.S. government, including the State Department, Pentagon, and the intelligence community. My question is whether you know if the assessment provided by Senator Biden during this Senate hearing, namely that Hashim Thaçi did not control the KLA, was consistent with the assessment of the United States government at the time.
Yes, it was consistent because both statements reflected the fact that Hashim Thaçi wasn't in control because we didn't believe there was a controlled system, what we would call an orderly system, in the KLA. It was not an organized unit as we would define that, where someone at the top had the authority or information or capabilities to dictate or know what was going on, and specifically that Hashim Thaçi wasn't that, even at the top of that organization. That was General Cheku. And so the combination, and Senator Biden would have known about Cheku, and the statement by McConnell, to McConnell, would have been transmitted as a formal answer to a question that everybody would have touched. Meaning, I worked in the government for several occasions, and something like that would have been cleared extensively by multiple offices in every building, including the White House, including the CIA, including the Defense Department, including the State Department. 250 people probably cleared that statement who were considered experts on the Balkans.
Thank you. Mr. President, I tender DHT 01460 to DHT 01461.
Any objection? No. DHT 01460 to DHT 01460 to 01461 is admitted. Please assign a number.
Your Honor, that will be assigned Exhibit 1D00290.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Rubin, at paragraphs 81 to 83 of your statement, you discuss a New York Times article authored by Chris Hedges. And if we could please pull up DHT 11910 to DHT 11916. This article was published only a few days after your trip to Kosovo to negotiate the demilitarization of the KLA. The New York Times article alleged that KLA senior commanders carried out assassinations, arrests, and purges within their ranks to thwart political rivals in a campaign directed by Hashim Thaçi, Azam Sula, and Javed Haliti. And then if we could go to page DHT 11911 of this article, please. And if we could scroll to the paragraph that begins, "But the State Department." And this is published on the 25th of June, 1999. The article then quotes you as saying as follows: "But the State Department yesterday challenged some aspects of these accounts. Quote, we simply don't have information to substantiate allegations that there was a KLA leadership-directed program of assassinations or executions," James P. Rubin, the State Department spokesman, said. Mr. Rubin said he could not rule out the possibility that the rebel commanders were somehow tied to the killings. But he said department officials had checked a wide range of sources and could not confirm the allegations. A senior State Department official and a Western diplomat in the Balkans, citing intelligence reports and extensive contacts with rebel officials inside and outside of Kosovo, said they were aware of executions of middle-grade officers suspected of collaborating with the Serbs, but said they had no evidence to link those killings with Mr. Thaçi. My question to you is, does what is recorded here accurately reflect your statements at the time?
Yes.
Mr. President, this is a different version of the article that is discussed in his witness statement, so I would tender this newer, fuller version into evidence. It's, again, DHT 01460 to DHT 01461.
Different numbers than you just gave me.
Sorry, my fault.
Got the numbers.
Yeah. You're better than I am.
DHT 11910 to 11916.
That's the one, yes.
All right. Any objection?
No.
All right, it is admitted. Please assign a number.
Your Honor, that will be Exhibit 1D291.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Court Officer, if we could please have Exhibit 1D275 on the screen, please. Now, Mr. Rubin, you explained in paragraph 82 of your statement that later that same day, when the New York Times article was published, you held your regular State Department press briefing when you were asked a question about the New York Times article. And if we could go to page DHT 05186, the transcript of your briefing that day. The paragraph that begins, "well again," in the middle of the page. Yes. You're quoted as saying, "well again, I'm regularly asked about is the KLA involved in drug dealing, and I regularly tell you that we don't have any independent confirmation of that. I'm now being asked, is the KLA leadership responsible for executions? And I'm telling you, we don't have any information to confirm that. We've gone to pretty significant lengths, and we have very, very good contacts in the region. So we haven't been able to substantiate, after a pretty good faith effort, what are essentially anonymous allegations. The only quoted person really was a political opponent who didn't even specifically refer to a specific allegation, but just said that this leader was capable of that behavior. Now, you said at the press briefing that the United States went to, quote, pretty significant lengths, close quote, to investigate the allegations against Mr. Thaçi and the KLA leadership, and were not able to substantiate, after a pretty good faith effort, what are essentially anonymous allegations. Do you recall what those pretty significant lengths were to investigate these allegations?
Yes, I do. I would say that this was a pattern with this particular reporter, Chris Hedges, who would often be misled by Serbian sources. We found over and over again this particular reporter would repeat hearsay with no evidence, but because he worked for the New York Times, we had to go to great lengths to investigate it, because the New York Times was a significant news organization. And I recall this issue coming up over and over again during that period, where Mr. Hedges seemed to repeatedly malign the Kosovo people's leaders, including the KLA. And I would ask the intelligence community, I would ask outside experts, I would ask military officials, all the people that could possibly are experts in international crime, over and over again, and never received any confirmation of these slanderous comments made over and over again by Mr. Hedges. Eventually, he was fired by the New York Times for making repeated mistakes. I know that's not what you asked me, but I think it's directly relevant to the question, because I found it irritating to have to constantly find answers to questions from a reporter who had a reputation for mistake after mistake.
Just 1 second, Mr. President.
The interpreters kindly ask the witness and the counsel to slow down, please.
Mr. Rubin, within the State Department, who would investigate such allegations of crimes like this, alleged crimes?
Well, during the time I was there was a war crimes office. I believe it was led by David Sheffer at the time. And that was a period when we were providing enormous support to the International Tribunal for the former Yugoslavia and Rwanda. And we had units specifically assigned these tasks. And so I would regularly get press guidance from those war crimes units to answer these regular or often charges. And so we had lawyers, we had intelligence officials, we had experts on international crime, and legal advisor's office, the war crimes unit. Dozens and dozens of people would spend their days trying to figure out whether there was any substance to these repeated claims. Again, because the Kosovo issue was one of the primary foreign policy issues of the President of the United States and the United States government at the time, and any suggestion that we were acting on behalf of criminals would have been something we'd want to get to the bottom of. And I should add here that I continued to investigate this personally because of my personal involvement with Madeleine Albright and the KLA, and I wanted to know whether any of these allegations were true. And they came up again and again, and I drew the conclusion that they were the work of very successful efforts to smear them, and none of the allegations related to his role or the KLA leader's role or other crazy charges were true.
Okay. At paragraph 83, you say that the issue of war crimes was probably one of the most important foreign policy issues during the Clinton presidency. And if you had heard anything concrete to believe that Mr. Thaçi was ordering murders or doing anything of that type, the United States would have withdrawn its support instantly. Was this message conveyed to Mr. Thaçi that United States support depended on him not engaging in such behavior?
Absolutely. Again, we wouldn't say it every time we met him because it's rather insulting, but any time we thought there was a reason for him to we had helped the Kosovo Albanian people. They were very, very, very thankful to our effort to save them from being slaughtered. Their leaders, therefore, were very responsive to statements, requests from the President of the United States, the Secretary of State, and their representatives, including me. And so we knew we had a lot of influence over them. And so when we thought it was appropriate, whether it was the issue of some, Islamic terrorism issues with, occasionally we'd hear a story about an Islamic fundamentalist, trying to travel to the Balkans, we would bring that up. And whenever we heard other things of that nature, like the one you're describing, we would bring it up. But I don't think we did it every time because we realized that it was largely false and designed to undermine our support for people we were proud to have helped prevent from being slaughtered.
What was your understanding of the value that Mr. Thaçi placed on his relationship with the United States?
From the moment I met him till the last time I met him, I felt that America for him was a symbol and a substantive reflection of what he considered powerful, good leadership in the world. And he wanted the United States to trust and respect him, whether that was under a Republican president or a Democratic president. He wanted the support of the United States leadership, the president, the U.S. government, the Congress, and the American people to the extent he could do that. And so that was, to my mind, his highest priority beyond his own respect and interest in protecting his own people.
Did you see anything in Mr. Thaçi's words or behaviors that led you to believe that he was willing to risk U.S. support?
No, I think that the one time he had to risk it was at Rambouillet, and I saw the powerful effect it had on him when he had to say no to Madeleine Albright because he was not in charge, and I knew that he was so pained by having to say no that he almost broke down. And so I regarded his desire to make sure that America trusted and respected and supported the Kosovo Albanian people's goals to be free and safe, that was his highest priority.
I'd like to show you a document about a visit 1 month later to Pristina, and this is Madam Court Officer 065913 to 065915, please. Mr. Rubin, this is a Associated Press article from the 29th of July, 1999, so a little more than a month after the New York Times article was published. And reports on a visit that Secretary Albright took to Kosovo. Were you with her on this trip?
Yes.
And if we could scroll down, please. Yes. If we could continue to scroll down, please. It says, Secretary Albright addressed a crowd about the need to avoid revenge. If we can go to the next page, please. You see there, it says Albright emerged from the meeting with Kushner and Jackson with a positive outlook regarding the future of the province. She then spoke to a large crowd of ethnic Albanians who had gathered to see her. And then she's quoted, "Let there be no mistake, as long as you choose, Kosovo will remain your home." Then she says, "I hope that today we may pledge that here in Kosovo never again will people be with guns come in the night, never again will houses and villages be burned, and never again will there be massacres and mass graves." If we scroll down more, please. But Albright also warned that support of the international community would falter if ethnic Albanians took the law into their own hands. Quote, "Democracy cannot be built on revenge, and you will not have the support of the world if you are intolerant and take the law into your own hands." And if we scroll down a little bit more, it says, "A tense moment followed Albright's speech as she met Hashim Thaçi, head of the Kosovo Liberation Army and de facto leader of Kosovo ethnic Albanians. A gunshot rang out as Thaçi pulled up to the UN headquarters to meet Albright." Now, do you recall, first of all, the speech that Secretary Albright gave in Pristina to the large crowd?
Yes.
And are the words attributed to her in this document consistent with your recollection of what she said?
Yes.
Do you recall that she met later that day with Mr. Thaçi?
Yes.
Would you have been present for any meeting that she had with Mr. Thaçi?
Absolutely, yes.
Do you have any recollection of the Secretary of State during this trip suggesting to Hashim Thaçi that he was criminally responsible for crimes that were being committed in Kosovo after the entry of KFOR?
Absolutely not.
Did she tell him, to the best of your recollection, that it was his job to investigate and prosecute crimes being committed?
I don't recall that. I should say that it was something she would want to communicate, that the tolerance that she wanted him to pursue, not that legal detail you just asked.
When you say the tolerance she wanted to pursue, can you
I mean that she was someone who truly understood the importance of war crimes investigations so that individual guilt would be assigned and collective guilt would be expunged. That was the point of the War Crimes Tribunal that she believed in, that wars continue when collective guilt is allowed to continue, that people in general did something, that general crimes were committed, rather than the individuals who actually committed the crime. And by using real legal procedures to assign individual guilt, you avoid the cycle of revenge and retribution that will allow these conflicts to continue. And when collective guilt is allowed to be generalized through statements or policies or legal procedures, the cycle of violence continues. And she communicated that to me as something I truly understood, which is why she wanted the War Crimes Tribunal to exist, so that individuals would be convicted based on rules of procedure and law, rather than collective guilt being allowed to be generally assigned. And that's what the purpose of the War Crimes Tribunal was. She gave speeches to that effect. That was bred into my understanding of this part of the world. And so she wanted to tell him be tolerant, do what you can to make sure your people are tolerant, and leave it to us to figure out how to make sure that individual guilt is properly assigned so that collective guilt can be expunged from the cycle of violence.
Thank you, Mr. Rubin. Mr. President, this document on the screen was admitted through the bar table motion, but I would ask that it be given an exhibit number.
Please give 065913 to 065915 a exhibit number.
Your Honor, that will be assigned Exhibit 1D 292.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. Rubin, thank you for answering my questions. That concludes my direct examination.
All right, the Vasily defense, when you're ready. There's no rush.
Thank you, Your Honours. Good afternoon, Mr. Rubin. My name is Rodney Dixon. I act as defence counsel for Mr. Kadri Vasily, and I have just a few questions to pose to you. If we could go, first of all, to your statement, that's now Exhibit 1D 262, paragraph 11, where you explain your role as Assistant Secretary for Public Affairs and spokesman to the Secretary of State, Madeleine Albright. You say in that paragraph, in order to do my job, each morning I would read all relevant media reports, as well as intelligence reports and diplomatic cables from our embassies and missions. My office would seek responses from the department's officers and bureaus, asking them to explain or clarify situations, US policy and responses or reactions to subjects for expected questions. It's right, isn't it, that before each of your press conferences, and in fact each day, irrespective of whether there was such a conference, you would be fully briefed from all of these sources on what was happening in the former Yugoslavia, including in Kosovo?
This was a subject of personal interest to Secretary Albright and me, and I considered it one of my most important jobs to know everything that the U.S. government knew about Kosovo, Bosnia, former Yugoslavia, Serbia, and therefore I went out of my way beyond the minimum one could do as a spokesman to have answers, to make sure I knew personally the experts in the CIA and the State Department and the Pentagon, at the White House National Security Council, and they made sure, plus I read a lot. I was a younger person, I could really absorb a lot of material, and read from 6 a.m. to noon before I would brief, including having meetings with the individual experts from war crimes units, from Bosnia, Kosovo desk officers, and more general experts. But so short answer is yes, and long answer I just gave.
Thank you for the long answer, because I was wanting to clarify what the process was. I mean, it's correct then that you had access and did consider a host of sources and materials to be fully informed each day.
Absolutely, yes.
And that applied to the period in 1998, as well as what we focused quite extensively on so far, 1999. But it covered 1998 as well.
Absolutely, yes.
Continuing with your statement then, first contacts of the American authorities with the KLA is the heading, and going over then to paragraphs 13, 14, 15, just so we get the time frame of this. You say at the time Ambassador Galbard had been appointed as an envoy to the Balkans. Was that in the first half of 1998?
Yes, I believe so, yes. It was a bit of a blur with Gelbard and Holbrook in my mind, but Gelbard was more the formal envoy, and Holbrook was more the informal envoy, and sometimes they worked together.
Yes. So in this role, Gelbard would meet with the KLA. Once again, we're looking at the period in the first half of 1998.
Correct.
And you say here at paragraph 15, I learned that some American intelligence people were also in contact with the KLA, in particular Ramesh Haradinaj, but at that time I was not aware of any specific conditions imposed by the CIA on KLA operations. Yet, like with any of our partners, I believe they were told not to engage in terrorist or war crimes activities, and notably not to promote Islamist fundamentalism. This was our steadfast policy at the time. Once again, in terms of the time period here, when you learnt that some American intelligence people were in contact with, in particular, Ramesh Haradinaj, that's in 1998, the first half of 1998, up to the summer period, as far as you can recall?
Yes, it's a little complicated the way I wrote it, and maybe I would write it differently if I could look at it again based on your question. So I didn't learn about the CIA contacts with Haradinaj until 1999, but I learned then that they went back to 1998. I knew that Gelbard had met with the KLA. That there were two big issues for us at that time. This is before 9/11. This is before the China-Russia, world that we're living in now. The two big issues at that time were things like Islamic fundamentalism in general and war crimes issues in general, because those were hallmark issues for President Clinton's concerns. And so if they didn't communicate those words, they would not be doing their job. And that's the point I'm trying to reflect there.
And it's right, isn't it, that you certainly, as you say here, would not be going into a partnership with any organization if there were any concerns about terrorism or war crimes, and that you would have been wanting to make sure you had as much information on that topic as possible.
Let me say very clearly there, after Bosnia, where we felt we stopped a war, and we helped a tolerant society prevent itself from declining into chaos and retribution and war. We were proud of that, and we saw a new situation arriving with Kosovo. And again, we wanted to be sure we were, as we put it in government, on the side of the angels. That's what we would say to each other, that we were for the victims. And they wouldn't be victims if they were committing war crimes. They wouldn't be victims if they were pursuing Islamic fundamentalism. And that was our strategy. This was a time when America was, called the hyperpower. We wanted to be on the side of the oppressed and the victims, and anything that would change that would go against everything Madeleine Albright believed in, and Bill Clinton believed in, and I believed in.
So it's right then, it follows from that you would have been going over all the information you had with some particular care, looking at it and the individuals named in it to make sure of that before you embarked upon this course.
Absolutely, because we did not want to find ourselves committing our nation to conduct military operations or spending billions of dollars for those who weren't at least expressing tolerance publicly. And remember, these were people who didn't have power. These were the victims. We were meeting them when they were the victims of an oppression. They were the people that were on the wrong side of power in Kosovo, and we wanted to make sure as they were freed, that they didn't adopt the policies of the oppressors that they were being freed from. And so we wouldn't want to be on the side of anyone who had those kind of associations, and we would have gone to extraordinary lengths to make sure that would have been a real blow to us if there was some real substance to those charges.
Yes, and continuing with the chronology, paragraph 16, you say following the crackdown of the Serbs against the Kosovo Albanians in the summer of 1998. So there's a particular time period now. There was the agreement reached thereafter in October 1998 between Ambassador Holbrooke and Slobodan Milosevic. This period, the summer of 98 going into October 1998, from the information that you had, you were aware that there was a widespread offensive crackdown by the Serbian forces against Kosovo Albanians in various parts of Kosovo. Is that right?
Yes, we were extremely troubled by the reports we were seeing that families were being slaughtered, their houses were being burned, and they were being killed just because they were Albanian, Kosovo Albanian. And this began to hark back to the Bosnia crisis, where people were murdered and killed and slaughtered because of their ethnicity, not because of anything they did. And we were starting to see the pattern reemerge, and that's what made us decide to act on their behalf, because they were the victims not only of decades of oppression, but now were being slaughtered in large numbers by Serbian paramilitary and military forces, and we didn't want to see this horror of Bosnia repeated in Kosovo, and that was the purpose of our policy, to prevent that from being repeated.
And just so we continue then up into Rambier, paragraph 17, you say that the agreement that we referred there worked for several weeks, but then there was another crackdown again by the Serbs against Albanians in Kosovo in January 1999, and then thereafter we moved to the next stage, the Rambier conference. That's the right order as I've set it out there.
Yes, and paragraph 17 is extremely important, I should say, because that's when the world, as in the European nations, the Russians, the United States, decided to engage on a serious level and commit itself to using military power as NATO and as working with the Russians to try to prevent another genocide. We thought there was a risk of another genocide. That was a real risk, and we didn't want to see it happen, and we wanted to gather the world together to do something unique, to offer two sides a peace agreement to be implemented with NATO forces that was fair, that would achieve objectives for both parties, but make clear that a failure to agree would have consequences. And this was a unique thing the world had never done before, to my knowledge, and was something very unique in diplomacy backed by force.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Rubin?
The interpreters kindly ask the speakers to slow down. Thank you.
Sorry for that. I want to just focus on an aspect of August, September 1998, and this is to look at the way in which you were getting information and then relaying that in your press statements. If I could call up, first of all, DKV 1783 to 1783. It'll come up on your screen, Mr. Rubin. It's a press statement by yourself as the spokesman dated 23 September 1998. Do you see that?
I do.
There. Do you recall this one, if you skim through it in particular?
Right. I should say here that this would be what I would call a formal statement of the State Department.
Yes.
prepared by the bureaus involved here, the Bureau of Humanitarian Response, the Assistant Secretaries of Refugees and Human Rights, and then it would be about money, and I wouldn't have been involved so much in the preparation of this statement, so much as the approval of it. If you see what I mean, this was a very bureaucratic document that I would just issue in my name once I'd read it and Secretary Albright had approved it.
Thank you for that. So where in paragraph 3 it says here, the armed conflict in Kosovo has produced more than 300,000 internally displaced persons, refugees, and other conflict victims, and this is now in September 1998. Where would have that information come from?
That would have come from the Bureau of Refugees in the State Department, and they would have most likely gotten that information from people on the ground who were the NGOs or the international organizations who would be treating and taking care of and supporting the refugees, and they would have collected this information, passed it on to the bureaus, the assistant secretary, collated it, added it up, and come up with this number of 300,000.
Yeah, so that would be information that you'd be reviewing as well as part of your daily briefing?
Yes, but again, I want to be absolutely clear that that tended to be information I would receive and try to make sure that it was as accurate as possible based on what I knew, but I'd be getting it from the bureaus, who'd be getting it from the people on the ground, and the UN High Commissioner on Refugees.
Mr. Foley would sometimes stand in and make these press statements, is that correct?
Again, yes, but again, he would be issuing them. So these were written statements as opposed to delivered statements. And so I might have been traveling, and this statement came out of the department, and he was my deputy, and he would issue them in the same way that I would issue them, by checking them, confirming the facts, and putting them out.
So once again, when we go down to the 4th paragraph, as a result of the ongoing conflict, there are some 250,000 IDPs in Kosovo and another 26,000 in Montenegro, plus 14,000 refugees in Albania. And it goes on to look at, it's estimated that between 60 to 100,000 of those displaced within Kosovo are without shelter, a situation that becomes increasingly grave as winter approaches. Where would have that information come from?
Objection, Your Honor, on the basis of relevance, in line with what the panel has consistently said. This kind of line of questioning, if it's going to be allowed, needs a justification as to relevance. And I here refer you, for example, to the oral order of 12th May 2023 from page 3746 and the 16 December 2022 status conference from page 1725. These matters do not discuss anything relevant to do with the charges.
What is the relevance of these
relevance
questions?
is the information that Mr. Rubin and others had from the ground, and that will be relevant to what they knew about the KLA and the accused in this case. I don't need to here surely set up my full submission on it, but it's clearly relevant to the information that was available at the time.
Well, let's see where it goes. Your objection's
there are only a few more questions on this.
Objection's overruled. Let's see where it goes.
So my question was, where would have that information come from? If you could just answer that, please.
From the humanitarian organizations on the ground, giving information to the relevant State Department bureaus, confirmed by intelligence sources, of the magnitude of the emerging humanitarian crisis. That's the purpose of putting out a statement like this, to say there's a humanitarian crisis emerging with winter coming. These are people who are going to need shelter and support, and we can't let this get worse, because look how many tens of thousands of people are at risk of starvation or freezing or lack of medicine or other humanitarian needs, that's where it would come from.
Thank you. And then there's just one more document, a document from yourself, a press briefing, and that's at DKV 1776 to 1780. If that could be brought up, please. So this is a press briefing by you where it is a record of what you're saying with questions and answers. Is that the format that you recall?
Yes.
And if we go over the page to DKV 1777, third paragraph from the top, you are here setting out your answer to various questions. I'm not so concerned about the substance of that, but more the procedure. What I am providing to you is real-time information that is observed by the verifiers. The monitors are making judgment of what they can see. I'm not giving you a complete order of battle, giving you a snapshot of where every SERB unit is. I'm providing you, as you ask each day, for information as best we can assess it. So the head of our monitoring mission, Sean Burns, has been providing this information to some of our colleagues on the ground, and I wanted to give you the same information that he has been providing. So were you getting information directly from Sean Burns, the head of US KDOM at the time?
Yes, and this is because of the October agreement, which gave the verifiers, in theory, more access. And so Sean Burns was a guy I knew of and was well respected for providing accurate information. And he would be reporting this in either to me personally or to my team, or either in writing or orally. And he would be providing information of what he could see about the movement of Serb forces, which was the subject of the October agreement. So this was about as verified on-the-ground information as you could get.
Yes, this is October 27, 1998, so this is after the agreement where information is coming from the ground directly. Once again, is this the kind of information that you would have been receiving and reviewing on a daily basis?
Yes.
Would this information include what the KLA structures or other structures were doing at that time?
I don't, probably not, because the purpose of the agreement was to monitor the Serb forces, to get them out of the way. Now, there were obviously some incidents that would take place between Serb forces and KLA or guerrillas or whatever they were. We didn't really know then. And so when there was information about any non-Serb forces, they would give that to us as well. But the October agreement was specifically, as I recall, about how the Serb forces could be deployed, where they would go, how they would need to be removed, and the verifiers were verifying that the Serbs were complying or not.
Yes, that's what the verifiers were giving you, that range of information, but we're not getting other information about the KLA as well from all of your other sources to ensure that you knew what you were dealing with.
Yes, I should.
Objection asked and answered, Your Honor. The question was, would this information include what the KLA structures or other structures were doing at the time? The answer was, I don't, probably not. There's no need to ask the question again.
I'd like to elaborate.
I'm just asking what the...
The objection was sustained, Your Honor.
I sustained the objection.
Well, can I ask the question then in an open way? What information were you reviewing at the time?
Right. So, at that time, in 1998,
yes,
the focus of our attention was on Serb forces, but we were starting to hear about a new development, a development called the emergence of the KLA. We didn't understand it very well, but we were starting to hear about it because incidents would take place and we would have to get information about it. That information was provided by and large, intelligence sources and or diplomatic sources on the ground who might have contact with Kosovo Albanians who might tell them stuff. When it came to the October agreement, that was really about Serb forces. But meanwhile, we were learning more about this war because the war occurred because the KLA stopped being willing to allow its people to be slaughtered. And so they responded. And thus the Serbs responded. And thus the slaughters got worse. And we needed to know who was doing what. And so we got multiple sources of information from multiple people, multiple verifiers on the ground.
There was a controlled system, what we would call an orderly system in the KLA. It was not an organized unit as we would define that, where someone at the top had the authority or information or capabilities to dictate or know what was going on. This was an assessment that you were making in 1999. Would it be correct that it applied equally to the periods we've been looking at, 1998 going into Rambouillet in 1999?
Yes, probably even more so because we had less information in '98. We, got better and better information. But in the early days, we were still trying to just assess what this was, but we knew it wasn't anything that we would regard as an organized army.
Yes. And when you say you were getting better and better information over time, was that in relation to what the structures were, whether there were any structures or not?
Yes, because we were, as NATO, the United States, the world paid more and more attention to the problem. More and more people would be on the ground, more and more resources would be applied to the problem, and more contact would be had, and we'd try to learn more and more about it. But we still, as I think I've made clear, up until well into the occupation by NATO of Kosovo, we never thought the KLA ever had a structure that we would regard as a military unit.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Rubin. Those are my questions. Thank you, Your Honours.
Thank you, Mr. Dixon.
Thank you, Your Honour. No questions at the moment. Thank you.
You may go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mr. Rubin. I'm Venkateshwari Alagendra, and I represent Mr. Jakub Kresnici. Now, at paragraph 21 of your statement, and today you say you arrived with Ambassador Albright at Rambouillet on 13th of February 1999. After the talks began and you were informed the Kosovo Albanian delegation had gathered and elected a chair. That was Mr. Thaçi, right?
Yes.
And the members of the Kosovo Albanian delegation included Mr. Jakub Kresnici, correct?
I believe so, but I don't know him as well, and I don't want to misremember things. He wasn't part of this three-person group we'd meet over and over again, but I believe he was part of the larger group.
Right. But you were aware that Mr. Kresnici was there in his capacity as the KLA spokesperson?
Yes, because he was the first KLA person I ever saw on television.
Right. And would it be correct that Mr. Kresnici remained with the Albanian delegation throughout the conference in Rambouillet?
I wouldn't know. I mean,
He didn't leave Rambouillet,
as
did
far
he?
as I know, nobody could leave. I think
Right.
that was one of the things the French were insistent upon.
Right. And so judging by what you say, you had very little or minimal interaction with Mr. Kresnici
Correct.
during the conference.
Correct.
And your main interlocutor on the Kosovo Albanian side was Mr. Thaçi.
My personal main interlocutor was Thaçi, but the U.S. team, and remember, I was just a member of the U.S. team. The U.S. team interacted with all of the Kosovo Albanian delegation, particularly this group of four, Vetan Soroy, and Rugova, and all of them. But my personal was more with Thaçi, yes.
And at paragraph 24 of your statement, and again today, you mentioned the worries that Mr. Thaçi had shared with you, including not having full authority to sign on behalf of the KLA without approval.
Yes.
And you go on to say in your statement that all we knew was that it was the military that had to make the decision, and they were not amongst those present at Rambouillet. Do you recall saying that?
Yes.
And at paragraph 25 of your statement, you state that Mr. Thaçi was not ready to sign because the Albanian delegation present in Rambouillet had to engage in consultations back home. That's correct, isn't it?
Yes.
And so I'm clear, the consultations with decision makers, as you saw it or understood it to be, had to be conducted with the military leaders who are back home in Kosovo, not the members of the delegation that were with Mr. Thaçi in Rambouillet. Is that correct?
Almost. So as I understood that at the time, most of the members of the delegation were supportive of signing, and those who were part of the KLA, which was a small percentage, I don't know, 3 or 4 or something like that, of the larger group, they had to get approval, meaning Thaçi being the leader of that small group, from the leaders in Kosovo. It wasn't clear to me who they were at the time. At one point, Madeleine Albright called one of the ideological leaders, Adam Damaci, because we weren't clear as to who they reported to. We just knew they reported to somebody, and those people were not supporting their signature then because of the issue of independence.
Right. We'll need to go into a private session, Your Honor.
In a private session, please.
Your Honors, we're now in public session.
Thank you. So back again. This is the cable of 10th of March 99. And at the top of the page, the first paragraph, you will see that Mr. Krasniqi is described here as a member of the KLA political wing and a moderate. Yes?
Correct, yes.
Is that consistent with your view?
Yes.
Right. And if we could go to paragraph 3 on page 075396, please. And if you could just take a minute to read paragraph 3, please.
Right.
You'll agree with me that the writer of this cable has identified Mr. Krasniqi as someone with a different political outlook from the military commanders. Do you agree with that?
Absolutely, yes.
And if we could move to page, it's a new exhibit, isn't it? Yeah, if you could have P1069 on the screen, please. And if we could go to page 075328, please. Right, so it's paragraph 11. If you could take a moment to read that, please.
Okay.
And you'll agree, do you agree with me that the moderates within the KLA favored a unified Kosovo-Albanian negotiating position and were willing to accept an interim solution?
Yes.
Right. And if we could go to page, well, in that same paragraph, it refers to the radicals. And the radicals are defined as those who believe no negotiated position is possible, that Kosovo can only be detached by force, correct?
Correct.
If you could go to page 075329, please. To paragraph 11. Again, here you will see that Mr. Krasniqi, Rambuya and Mr. Bashota are described as being moderates.
Your Honor, is the question whether the witness can see what there is? I'm not understanding the line of questioning. What is being asked of the witness in relation to this document?
Yes, Your Honor, because at page 39 of the transcript, Mr. Rubin has described what he would call extremists.
So I'm asking you, what's your question?
Yes, so I'm asking him if he can see and does he agree with the position that Mr. Krasniqi, Buya and Bashota were moderates?
Yes.
Yes. And if we look at page 075330, please.
In Interpreter's note, if the council could please read out the numbers and the excerpts a bit more slowly for the interpretation. Thank you.
If you could take a moment to read what's on the screen, please. Yes,
Which paragraph are you referring to?
the first paragraph.
Pardon?
The first paragraph, Your Honor.
Okay?
The views of the radicals that are described in these paragraphs as being prepared to sacrifice thousands of innocent lives, is that consistent with your evidence today at page 39, where you speak of the extremists who wanted to get everything now and put at risk all of the people for a few words in a document?
Yes, that is consistent with my, now I'm happy to see what I had always assumed to be true, that there were those who were prepared to reject Rambouillet, which is about to come, and they're talking about that idea, and risk the murder, slaughter of thousands of people. And now it all fits together that, on the other hand, there were moderates like Krasniqi, like Hashim Thaçi, who urged the signing of Rambouillet so that that could be prevented, and those Kosovo could become free without the need to sacrifice all those people, without the support of the West. And thank goodness they didn't listen to the extremists.
And earlier in your evidence, you spoke of investigations that the United States had undertaken to look into the repeated allegations that there was a KLA leadership directed program of assassinations or executions. And you've also testified that your conclusion was that these were successful efforts to smear the KLA leadership. And at page 66 of the transcript, you go on to say that you had consulted the intelligence community, experts, and military officials when investigating those allegations, and you found no evidence linking those killings with Mr. Thaçi, right? And would you agree with me that you also found no evidence linking those crimes to Mr. Jakub Krasniqi?
Yes, because we couldn't find no evidence of those crimes being ordered by any leaders of the KLA. So if any leaders of the KLA, which Mr. Krasniqi was a leader, as was Mr. Thaçi, there was no evidence of it. And I should say here that over the 25 years after I left the government, I regularly asked those who would know if any evidence ever emerged to that effect, and they never told me that it did. So not only while I was in the government up through 2000, but in the decade after that, when my friends were still in a position to share all source intelligence with me, I never heard any proof for those allegations.
Thank you. Am I correct, Mr. Rubin, that in the last Biden administration, you were appointed by Secretary Blinken as Special Envoy and head of the U.S. Global Engagement Center?
Yes.
And in that role, you had a particular focus on the providers of disinformation themselves?
Yes.
And you've spoken in various interviews of the threats posed by the Russian Federation and China, and that disinformation and the manipulation of information are one of the greatest threats of our time. And you went on to say that it took the West some time to understand the scale of the information war that Russia and China had waged against us. Do you recall that?
I do.
And that was in your interview with the Voice of America on the 20th of June, 2024. Am I correct?
Yes.
And you've also, in that interview, candidly stated that Russia uses disinformation all over the world, but especially in the Western Balkans.
Yes.
Correct? And is it correct to say, from your long experience in the Western Balkans, that Milosevic Serbia adopted much of what we see ever more clearly today as the Russian playbook to disinformation?
In my 2.5 years leading the Global Engagement Center, I was provided access to all source intelligence on Russian disinformation. I knew everything you could learn from that. Combined with my experience as spokesman during the 90s and following the issue through the 2010, I drew the conclusion that many, if not all, of the charges of public smearing and charges of criminality and murder and all sorts of such charges were largely well-organized Russian disinformation campaigns pursued by Russian-supported and Serb-sponsored organizations. I could elaborate, but that was a judgment that I drew based on my 25 years in this business of figuring out where information comes from, who starts it, how it's promoted, how it's exaggerated, and how it damages what I'm particularly point out for this appearance today, the idea of assigning individual guilt to people for what they actually did rather than collective guilt, which is how atrocities and criminalities by groups and mass murder gets repeated and repeated and repeated. That's why individual guilt has to be assigned.
And you would certainly agree with me, Mr. Rubin, that propaganda and disinformation are extremely dangerous in peacetime and perhaps even more dangerous during conflict.
Yes.
And false narratives can inflame violence and lead to grave injustices. Correct?
Objection, Your Honor. These are very generic questions. If there is any relevance to it, it should be related to the conflict that we're addressing.
What is the relevance of this?
I'm coming to the relevance, Your
Well,
Honor.
no, tell me
I'm
what the
coming
relevance
to
is.
specific incidents, and Mr. Rubin has testified that he had access to information on the ground.
Okay, the objection's sustained. Go ahead. Ask your next question.
I'm moving to a specific example, the Panda Cafe massacre in Pea on the 14th of December 1998. You may recall that in the Panda Cafe where the Peck High School students gathered on the 14th of December 1998, two masked persons with automatic rifles killed 6 innocent Serb students. Are you familiar with that incident?
To be as frank as I can, since I've committed to say what I remember, I don't specifically remember that incident, but it seemed to me there were incidents like that that I recall.
And he doesn't have any information about that.
If we could have on screen P1070. Could we have 075379 on the screen, please? Right. Could you take a moment to read the first paragraph, please? It's the second paragraph, paragraph 5.
Okay. Okay.
Were you aware of what's reported at paragraph 5, that the KLA had denied involvement in the murders and declared that none of the factions of the KLA took part in the Peck murders?
I have to honestly say I don't remember the incident.
Fair enough.
You're asking him about something he does not know, and he's already said he
I'm
does
moving
not
on,
know
Your Honor.
about.
Maybe it's a good time to stop now, young Ernest.
We'll break for lunch. You're excused from the courtroom now. Please don't speak with anyone about your testimony. We will be back here at 2:30. How much more do you have?
Probably another 20 minutes, Your Honor.
Thank you. We're adjourned until 2:30.
All rise. All rise.
Be seated, please. Madam Court Officer, please bring the witness in. Ms. Alexandra, before you begin, the two representatives of the government of the U.S. would like to make a short statement before you begin, when the witness is present. All right. Whoever wishes to make the statement, go right ahead. Mr. Rubin, your representatives here wish to make a short statement.
Thank you very much. I just have a very brief intervention on behalf of the United States. As you can no doubt tell from this morning's testimony, we do aim to take a light touch here and only intervene when necessary. We are helped in this aim by the fact that many of the documents Mr. Rubin has been referred to are either publicly available, such as news reporting, or are U.S. internal documents that have already been formally declassified. That said, we did want to put down a brief marker to the extent that Mr. Rubin is asked to provide information in any greater detail than this morning regarding specific sources or conclusions from others within the U.S. government, and in particular from intelligence sources, we may need to intervene. We just wanted to make that clear. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, Ms. Alakendra, you may continue your cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Before the break, we were discussing an interview with Voice of America, Mr. Rubin. Could we call up DJK 2096, please? Yes, thank you. Mr. Rubin, could you please confirm that this was the interview we were discussing earlier?
Yes.
I seek to tender the document, Your Honours.
Any objection to the document?
Sorry, which interview was this? And why was it not tendered when it was being discussed?
My apologies, I'd overlooked that. I'd forgotten to put it up on the screen.
It's a Voice of America statement.
No objection.
DJK 2096 is admitted.
Your Honor, just to confirm, the interview consists of 4 pages and it goes to DJK 02099.
That's correct.
And that would be assigned exhibit 4D 105.
Thank you. At page
Thank you.
9. Thank you. At page 97 of the transcript, when speaking of well-organized Russian disinformation campaigns pursued by the Russian-supported and Serb-sponsored organizations, you've said you could elaborate. Now, were there any specific instances that you wanted to elaborate?
Objection, Your Honor. Counsel was already told that that subject matter is irrelevant unless it refers to the conflict. The question is again put broadly on what the witness wants to elaborate. We can't elaborate on matters deemed irrelevant by the panel, so it could be a more specific question or over.
You're going to have to make this more specific.
Your Honor, I'm asking if there are any specific instances that the witness in particular wanted to elaborate on. Perhaps Mr. Rubin could clarify if there were any specific instances.
It's a very simple answer. I'm referring, in this case, to the Sputnik and RT channels that operate in Serbian language, which is the only part of members who want to join, countries that want to join the EU that allows RT and Sputnik to operate, and therefore Russia is enabled to present false information through Serbian-owned television stations that are in Serbian that can then be heard all over the Balkans. I wasn't intending to refer to specific cases so much as the specific ways in which it was done, and that it was very damaging to the West in general, but not necessarily related to our specific case here in court.
Thank you. Thank you for clarifying that. If we could have on screen DJK 2084 to 2095, please. And more specifically to page 2086, please. If you could go down the page. Yes, that's where we are. Here, this is one of your press briefings of 28th of May 1999, and here you say, this is new information unrelated to the indictments. This particular incident at this town is not listed in the indictment, but the tribunal has made clear they're going to continue their work, and what we're trying to show here is we're going to continue our work to help them. What this is about is evidence that the Serbs recognize that war crimes are being committed and that there is a cover-up taking place by Serb forces to try hide the evidence, mix it in with other graves at regular cemeteries, so that when there is a reckoning after NATO forces do arrive in Kosovo, that they can limit the evidence that might be available to the War Crimes Tribunal. Do you remember saying that?
More or less, yes. I remember this briefing. I remember the point I was trying to make, and so therefore I remember this point. But I mean, it's 26 years ago. I do remember the briefing.
And would you agree with me that what you were quite directly saying here is that the Serbs were engaging in cover-up to hide evidence?
Absolutely, yes.
And you'll agree with me that they were not operating according to any conventionally understood rules of warfare, they were operating as criminals tampering with and trying to corrupt crime scenes. Is that
Yes,
correct?
absolutely. This was a pattern we've seen in Bosnia, and we were seeing it again in Kosovo.
And by the same token, they were trying to falsely blame the KLA, weren't they?
They were always trying to falsely blame the KLA, the Serb government.
And it will be consistent with the modus operandi that the Serb regime was implementing at the time. You agree with that?
This was the way they tried to justify what they were doing by blaming the other guys, yes.
If we could have 1D00148 on the screen, please. Right. Do we have the right page on the screen? Is it the wrong reference? Right. The page reference would be DHT 01536, please. Right, it's where it says page 3. If you could take a minute to just read that paragraph, please.
Okay.
Right. Now, you encountered Mr. Krasniqi directly a bit later on the 12th of April, 1999, in Brussels, didn't you?
Right. If you'll notice, I noticed that they didn't list me in that meeting. Doesn't mean I wasn't there. They didn't always list me. I was probably running in and out of the meeting doing other things. I remember her meeting with Mr. Krasniqi at the time in Brussels, because this was at a very, very painful moment in the war where we didn't know which way it was going, and Mr. Krasniqi was asking us for things we weren't prepared to do, like send in ground troops. And so we had to explain what we were prepared to do and could do and would do, and what we could and wouldn't do. And so it was a sensitive moment.
Right. And during that meeting, Mr. Krasniqi made those 3 specific requests on behalf of Kosovo Albanians and the KLA. Did he not?
Yes, that was what we assumed. He was formally transmitting the KLA and the Kosovo leaders' request to NATO and the United States, yes.
Right. And his main concern was for the humanitarian plight of hundreds of thousands of displaced Kosovans. Correct?
Absolutely. And again, I need to point out here that we had the same concern. We felt the best way to save these people was to defeat Milosevic. And that's what ended up happening a few weeks later. But during those weeks, he was concerned about his people. We felt that we understood that, and we showed what we could and couldn't do. We wanted to keep as many people in the region as possible, but we recognized people were fleeing all over the world. But we wanted to help them, but we weren't prepared to send in ground troops as requested.
Right. He was pleading for the humanitarian support for these civilians who were suffering.
Absolutely, yes.
Enormously as IDPs. Yes?
Yes.
Yes. And his primary concern was to request the United States intervention or support to the KLA to stop Milosevic's ethnic cleansing, which is what's recorded in the cable. Yes?
Yes, again, this sensitive moment was about how to defeat Milosevic. There were those in various parts of the world, including obviously the KLA, who wanted us to move from an air war to a ground war, which was a very sensitive subject that we were not prepared to do because we weren't President Clinton had ruled out at that time ground troops. He, for reasons, as you state, of concern for the people of Kosovo, was pointing out that if the West sent in ground troops, the war might stop earlier and the people would be less damaged. But we couldn't respond to his request because it involved changing President Clinton's policy of not sending in ground troops.
Right. If you could move to page DHT 05186, please. Right, sorry, I'll need to get the new document up. It's DHT 05180 to 05189.
Looks like I was in that meeting after all. I saw the list.
I apologize, I cannot find that document in the presentation queue without you.
No problem. If you could have the previous document back on the screen, please. It's 1D00148. Yes, thank you. If you could move down to paragraph 14. Yes, if you could take a minute to read that, please.
Right?
The cable records that his military request was ground troops or else arm the KLA to defend and protect the Kosovo people. That was Mr. Krasniqi's rationale in arming the KLA as a defensive necessity to protect civilians from Serbian atrocities. Am I correct?
Yes.
There was nothing untoward in that request, was there?
No, I think we generally felt if we were in his shoes, we would have said the same thing.
Right, so you agree with me, it was quite laudable that his first concern was the plight of IDPs and his second concern was to support the KLA so that they could defend civilians from further slaughter, correct?
It's correct that we understood his rationale, that it was a rationale we shared, defending and protecting the people. It was just not something we were prepared to do at that time.
The interpreters kindly ask the speakers to make a pause between a question and answer. Thank you.
My last question, Mr. Rubin. Having the opportunity to engage with Mr. Thaçi and the Kosovan delegation, would you agree with me that you saw nothing in the body language, conversations, or interactions that suggested Jakub Krasniqi, the spokesperson, was anything other than a supporting voice of moderation who was trying to help Mr. Thaçi and those in Rambouillet with the help of the United States to end the conflict?
That seems like a fair assessment to me, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Alexandra. Mr. Pach?
Your Honour, sorry, before we moved on to cross-examination, could I just, for good order, request the admission of the three documents that I referred to, the press statement and briefing? A number of these have been introduced already into evidence, so I can give the numbers if there's no objection. They all come from Mr. Rubinoy's office, so they're authenticated and relevant to both the facts that they cover, but also the procedures that were followed.
There are objections, Your Honour.
Well, Your Honour, if I could then... Yes. So my application is to tender them a number of Mr. Rubin's press statements and
Please do it
briefings.
by identifying number.
Yes, the numbers are, and I'll take it in date order. First of all, it's the press statement of the 26th of August 1998, and that's DKV 1781 to 1782. Then there's the press statement of Mr. Rubin of the 23rd of September 1998, DKV 1783 to 1783. And then finally, the press briefing of 27 October 1998 of Mr. Rubin, DKV 1776 to 1780. Now, a number of these have already been admitted into evidence. They are Mr. Rubin's own documents.
Why are we admitting them again?
I referred to them in cross-examination to highlight both.
But they're already in evidence.
No, they aren't in evidence yet.
That's what you just said.
I'm saying documents like this, similar to this, have been admitted already. So it's an argument in our favour that there's no reason to distinguish these from exactly the same types of documents that have been admitted into evidence already. They come from the witness or his office. They are contemporaneous records of the time where various facts are recorded that we say are relevant to the circumstances. But most importantly, as I explained in cross-examination, they go through the procedure that was used to gather information from the ground, which we say is relevant to what information Mr. Rubin and others had at the time about the structure of the KLA, which is clearly a relevant issue in this trial.
Do you wish to object now, or do you want to file a written objection to it?
No, we can object now, Your Honor, and the basis is simple. It's lack of relevance. As we saw earlier during examination, the content of all three press statements goes to matters that are not relevant to the proceedings. They concern, for example, the number of IDPs in Kosovo and statistics. Counsel, in fact, in submissions when I objected, explained why he's using these documents. The documents themselves are not relevant to the case. The fact that other press statements by Mr. Rubin have been admitted into evidence does not move the mark at all in this regard. So we object to admission of all three items.
All right, we'll issue a ruling, an oral ruling later. Go ahead, Mr. Potts, it's your cross-examination.
Your Honor, my apologies. I had omitted to tender one document, if I may be permitted.
Go ahead.
It's DJK 2084 to 2095, Your Honors.
Any objection to 2084 to 2095?
Again, Your Honor, please maybe remind parties that tendering should be done when the item is used, not after, because it's very hard to keep track. This is the second or third time today. In relation to this particular item, we don't have an objection.
DJK 2084 to 2095 is admitted. I reiterate what he just said. You do this quite regularly.
I know. It's
I'd like to
my
have
fault.
you make the offer at the time you've used the document.
Certainly. My apologies again.
For both
Your
of you.
Your Honor, DJK 02084 to DJK 02095 will be assigned Exhibit 4D 106.
All right, Mr. Potts. Cross-examination.
Good afternoon, witness. My name is James Spotch. I'm a prosecutor with the SPO, and I'll be asking questions for the next 4 hours or so. As part of her role in 1998, the U.S. Secretary of State covered the entire world in terms of U.S. foreign policy, right?
Yes.
I heard your answer, yes, but once
Yes,
again,
yes.
just we need to respect the pause, otherwise the transcript won't catch it, and we'll have to do this all over again. I take it that the same was expected of you, given your role in the U.S. government at the time, correct?
Yes.
At paragraph 11 of your defense statement, which you confirmed earlier today, you say, quote, "In order to do my job each morning, I would read all relevant media reports, as well as intelligence reports and diplomatic cables from our embassies and missions, end quote. Do you recall, on any given day in 1998, how many media reports, intelligence reports, and diplomatic cables you would read?
Trying to be responsive, I couldn't give you a specific number, but it might be 100.
Do you recall how many countries this information would concern on your average day in 1998?
Well, if you took a look, as you saw with some of these briefings, it depended on the time. So during the Kosovo War, 95% of my questions might be about Kosovo, and only a few questions about something else. When the war wasn't going on, it might be a more general 10 topics, and so I would have to cover more area. But during those 78 days in particular, and the 3 months leading up to it, or several months leading up to it, Kosovo was the primary subject that Secretary Albright and her team were focused on. And I should add, and this is relevant to your question, I had a unique relationship with her about the Balkans. So if the subject was China, I would tend to have a reading less about China, because I knew that my views on China, my understanding on China, was going to have to be more mechanistic and automatic for what the State Department's position was. But if it came to the Balkans and the Middle East, which were two areas I was heavily involved with, then I tried to read more and know more and make her and my role more comprehensive, so that it wasn't so many topics, if that's, I'm trying to be responsive to your question.
I'd like to call up SPOE 00397-666-00397-674. And we can stay on the first page, please. We see, witness, that this is a U.S. Department of State daily press briefing dated 25th June 1998, and we can also see that you're listed as the briefer. On the page on our screens, we see reference to Serbia and El Salvador. Now, is it correct that at the time, issues to do with Kosovo fell under the heading Serbia?
Yes.
And if we turn to the next page, please, the one ending in 667, and we can zoom out. And here we see this page refers to Guatemala, Saudi Arabia, Slovakia, Egypt, the Middle East peace process, which is, I understand, MEPP being referred to, China, Kuwait, Congo, Cuba, Syria, and Iraq. Do I understand this page and the preceding one correctly to mean that on this day in June 1998, you updated the press on issues related to all these countries?
Yes.
We can take the document down.
I should add, because I think this is responsive to your question, that as a briefer with a special expertise in this area and a special relationship, in many of those topics, I'm just reading what's in front of me, like on El Salvador or Guatemala or Egypt. I might just get a question and read what's in front of me, and all I needed to do was go to the tab that responded. When it came to the Balkans and a couple of other topics, not only was there much more pages about it, as you saw, but I was more responsive to the questioners because I knew much more. And I was much more involved with her, and she was much more involved in the issue. So as a U.S. spokesman, I did have to deal with all the issues you mentioned. That pages are accurate. But I should point out that as a briefer, I had to choose what I would spend my time on every day. Time management is everything. And most of the subjects I would spend the minimum on and use my knowledge of where the book answers were and just read them. While the Balkans, especially in 98 and 99, I spent the bulk of my time, maybe Iraq a little bit, depending on the crisis, and the Middle East, depending on the negotiations. But those would be the topics that I would spend the bulk of my time on, preparing and ideally giving more information to the reporters when they asked questions.
Before you address the nations or the issues in the nations with which you are less familiar, would you have confirmed the accuracy of the information given to you to read out?
Yes and no, not every time. You develop relationships with people in life and you learn to trust them. So there were people who would come into my office during the course of a morning from Latin America, which wasn't, say, particularly in the news for the whole 2 years I was there, with a couple of exceptions like Cuba. And you test people the first 10, 20, 30 times they come in with information by quizzing them until you're satisfied that this guy is going to give you the straight scoop. Then the 31st, 33rd, and 44th time you meet with him, you're not going to quiz him as much. So I learned to figure out who to trust as briefers to give me reliable, accurate information.
Your statement makes no mention of you meeting any KLA members in 1998 or January of 1999, right?
Correct.
So before Rambouillet, you had not attended any meetings involving KLA General Staff members, right?
Correct.
Neither had you met with any of the KLA Operational Zone commanders before Rambouillet, correct?
Correct.
At paragraph 13 of your statement, you note that you had very little appreciation of who the KLA leadership was or what they were about. And earlier today, you testified that at Rambouillet, in relation to the KLA, we didn't understand their leadership structure very well. Even by the second half of 1998, the US administration still had limited information about the KLA leadership and its internal structuring, right?
Now I need to distinguish between me as the spokesman of the United States of America, who is going to have a limited set of knowledge, and say or even the ambassador in Belgrade would know more, not necessarily even intelligence people. They would do that all day long. That's all they would do, and they would know everything we knew, and that might be more than I knew, or even Madeleine Albright knew.
Were you aware that US authorities who were in contact with the KLA in 1998 noted that it was secretive about its structure and leadership?
Yes.
In your statement, you say that when you arrived in Rambouillet, Hashim Thaçi was a very young man from the KLA whom no one knew. Similarly, in your Financial Times article, you said in relation to Mr. Thaçi, when you got to Rambouillet, quote, "We had no idea who he was." And earlier today, you testified, "Nobody knew him really in the US government that I was aware of." So before Rambouillet, you yourself did not know whether Mr. Thaçi was one of the founding members of the KLA, correct?
Myself, no. Yes, I didn't know. Whatever way I need to say yes or no, I agree with your point.
You did not know, before Rambouillet, whether Hashim Thaçi was a member of the General Staff, right?
I concur.
Before Rambouillet, you did not know whether Mr. Thaçi was a member of the KLA political directorate, right?
Yes, because I didn't know him.
And that also means you didn't know whether he was the head of the political directorate of the KLA, right?
Yes.
You weren't aware that in August of 1998, the KLA General Staff had publicized the names of its political representatives, including Hashim Thaçi, right?
I wasn't aware of that, yes.
Do you know whether the BBC was aware of that in August of 1998?
I have no idea.
Let's call up 019584-019585, please. We can stay on the first page. We see this is a BBC report, and we see it's dated 15th August 1998, titled Kosovo Liberation Army Names Political Representatives. And we also see that it says it's reproducing text of a report by the Kosovo Information Center's website, Kosovo Daily Report, on 13th August. I'm going to read from the top where it says Pristina, 13th August, and then I'll ask you a question. Pristina, 13th August. The General Staff of the Austria Klimatare e Kosovo's UCK Kosovo Liberation Army of UK and Serbo-Croat issued today, Thursday afternoon, 13th August, a statement entitled Political Declaration Number 7, in which it referred to its latest setbacks in Kosovo as a tactical retreat and publicized the names of 6 people, the political representatives of the UCK, while naming a 7th, Hadim Demaci, as the man who should lead the work for the creation of the institutions of Kosovo. The tactical retreat aimed at protecting the civilian population has proven to be successful, the statement said, adding that retaking of war positions is proof of this. Having faced also what it calls a, quote, special warfare, end quote, the UCK has emerged out of the situation, quote, stronger than ever, quote, the statement said, quote, this is the best evidence of our determination to press ahead with the struggle till independence is achieved, end quote. Speaking about the new political and military conditions in Kosovo, the UCK said, quote, institutions that will represent a wide spectrum of the political scene, end quote, should be created. Against this background and, quote, to bring an end to manipulation regarding the creation of these institutions, end quote, the General Staff publicized the names of its political representatives. They are Jakub Krasniqi, Shavit Haliti, Bardel Mahmouti, Hashim Thaçi, Faton Mehmetai, and Sokol Bashota, the statement said. I'll stop there. So this would not have been one of the media reports you were reviewing in relation to Kosovo at the time?
If it was, and I might have read it, I don't remember it 27 years later.
And we seek to admit this item.
Any objection?
I think there's a different version, but no objection.
No objection being heard. 019584 to 019585 is admitted and will be assigned a
Your Honor, that will be assigned Exhibit P04485.
Since it's been tendered, Mr. President, I do wish to make one clarification, is that Mr. Potch read out the name Hashim Thaçi, and the report actually says Haji Thaçi. Thank you.
Apologize for that. We can take the document down. Your statement mentions that Ambassador Gelbard, Ambassador Holbrook, and members of American intelligence entities had met or were in contact with KLA members. In relation to an October 1988 item shown to you by the defense for Mr. Vasselli earlier today, you also noted that you were getting information from Sean Burns, and you said he was well respected for providing accurate information. Were you aware of meetings between Sean Burns and KLA representatives in 1998?
I might have been, I can't recall now, 27 years later.
Do you recall whether in November 1998, Sean Burns had identified Hashim Thaçi as appearing to be the head of the KLA's political department?
As I think I testified at the beginning of your questions, I didn't really know the name Hashim Thaçi to my best of recollection prior to Rambouillet in 1999. So the answer to your question is whatever that tells you, yes or no. I can't remember which way it went.
So you recall receiving accurate information from Sean Burns, but not necessarily about the KLA structure?
What I recall is not receiving every single thing Sean Burns said. I can't remember that. I remember he was one of those people that I identified as providing reliable information, but I didn't know everything he reported because I wouldn't be capable of absorbing that level of information from all such people.
Even if that were in a US cable to the Secretary of State?
Every cable is to the Secretary of State from the region, so there are thousands and thousands of cables to the Secretary of State every day. I have to choose which to read. I chose which to read based on, one, my interest in the subject, two, who I was trusting to handle an issue, and I think this is very important in your questioning. Richard Holbrook was someone who we knew very, very well, and Madeleine Albright and he knew each other very well, and he and Gelbard were handling this issue. So I had a lot of trust and respect for them, and so that gave me confidence that this subject was in good hands. And that meant I would be less likely to know and look for and discover every detail related to it as compared to a subject of importance to her that we didn't think was in good hands, which is an explanation for why I might or might not have read anything Sean Burns wrote at that time.
Were you aware of meetings between Lawrence Rossin and KLA representatives in 1998?
If he was with Gelbard, and yes. If he wasn't with Gelbard, no. I remember Gelbard met with him. That's who I remember, met with the KLA in 1998. And then Larry was a guy who met everybody as far as I knew at the time. So I guess in a way I did know that because I knew Larry met with everybody, Larry Rossin. But I remember the meetings with the KLA that were memorable in my head 27 years later were the ones with Gelbard.
Did you know whether in December 98 cables concerning Rossin's meetings with the KLA General Staff members refer to Hashim Thaçi as the head of the political department of the KLA?
I suspect I probably read those cables. I just didn't remember them, the name of Hashim Thaçi, particularly when we arrived in Kosovo, in Rambouillet, and a month or two later. I would have read Larry's cables about Kosovo, because as I think I mentioned, this was the brewing crisis, and we were trying to learn everything we could. And although I trusted Gelbard, Holbrook was not always involved, sometimes not involved. He would go away for a month, beyond a month. When he was not involved, I tried to read more, and I definitely read cables out of Belgrade or cables from Larry about every subject that I could remember at the time, that I could absorb, even if it wasn't going to be asked at the briefing, because it was a subject of great interest to Madeleine Albright and me.
Were you aware of meetings between Christopher Hill and KLA members, including Mr. Thaçi and Jakub Krasniqi, in November 1998?
No, Chris Hill at that time was more junior when Gelbard and Holbrook were the primary representatives. So Chris and Larry Rawson were more junior officials, and I wouldn't have known every meeting they had if it was reported in a cable out of Belgrade with significant information that actually affected our position as opposed to details of what their names were. Some cables just tell you a bunch of names, and you don't read those. Some cables tell you the KLA is going to launch political blah blah, or the Serbs are going to do X. You read those. But a cable that just describes a bunch of names and that are about a level of detail that I wouldn't need to know, I would skim. So I probably skimmed those.
And what about international media reporting on meetings between U.S. diplomats or U.S. authorities and KLA members in November 98? Would you have read those?
Those I would have read.
Let's call up 4D00040, please, and we can stay on the first page. We see this as a 9th November 1998 BBC report titled U.S. Mediator Initiates Meetings with Kosovo Rebels. And it says that it's reproducing text from the website of Pristina-based news agency ARTA from 6 November 98. And I'm just going to read from the top. Dragobilje, 6 November. Upon his own request, as it was confirmed by the participants in the meeting, the U.S. mediator for Kosovo, Christopher Hill, met on Friday, 6 November, with the representatives of the KLA, Kosovo Liberation Army, UCK in Albanian, OVK in Serbo-Croat, Central Headquarters, Hashim Thaçi, and Rambuya, representatives of the KLA Directorate for Political Issues, and with KLA spokesman Jakub Krasniqi. Were you aware of that media report?
No, the BBC is not, I'm sorry to report to my British friends, wasn't considered by me at that time international media with the same assurance that I would read it as I would of the New York Times, say, or CNN, which was an American-based international media organization. But I would be aware that Richard Holbrooke and Ambassador Gelbard's subordinates, like...
Excuse me, just a moment. Mr. Misitich is on his feet for some reason.
Yes, Mr. President, I think there's an issue about fairness to the witness being representative of what this actually is. He said it's a BBC report.
And if we could make submissions outside witnesses present, the witness having seen the document himself on the screen, if there is a need to, but it should be outside the presence before we influence anything he has to say.
Well, I think he's been influenced, and that's kind of what I think needs to be corrected. But I'm happy to say it outside his presence, but I think there's been a misrepresentation of what this is.
Because
Witness, you step outside for just a moment,
Sure.
Please.
Yes. Mr. President, if we could scroll to the top of the page, please. Yes. It's not BBC, it's BBC Monitoring Service, right? So this is not something that would have been on the web page of the BBC. It's the service that you can get and you pay for, like on LexisNexis or something, that monitors regional news and translates it, and it's access to people who want to get it. But it's not the BBC, as this witness would understand what's been put to him.
Let's just start over and use the proper phrase. It's the BBC Monitoring Service. That's all you need to say, and then go ahead and ask your questions. Thank you. You can bring the witness back in. We'll have a slight delay before we can bring the witness back in.
Then, Mr. President, while there's a delay, could it be pointed out to the witness just what the title is, actually? Thank you.
I think what we'll do is take the 10-minute break now, because it's going to take about, by the time we get back, it'll be time for the break anyway. Oh, no, never mind. All right, we'll go ahead. Recall, Mr. Potts, that we will break in about 6 minutes.
Yes. Witness, we're still...
Just a second, witness, we're going to have Mr. Potts start over with the question. There was a bit of a misunderstanding as to the title of this document. Mr. Potts will straighten that out right away.
Yes, witness, as you can see on your screen, we have BBC. Below that, U.S. mediator initiates meeting with Kosovo rebels, 336 words, 9 November 1998, BBC monitoring service, Central Europe and Balkans, and then more information. At the time of this, in November 98...
The source of this is ARTA, news agency. I think that's the point the defense is worried about. It's ARTA, it's not BBC.
Your Honor, with respect, if that's the point that the defense is worried about, I specifically said that in my question earlier, that it's an ARTA. I was following the presiding judge's instruction to note BBC monitoring service. I actually don't have any more questions about this item. I pointed it out to the witness as instructed.
Thank you.
Can I just make a brief point here? So when...
Sorry, I don't have a question for you, witness.
Wait for the next question, please.
We can take this document down. Witness, when you arrived in Rambouillet, Secretary Albright encouraged you to form a relationship with Hashim Thaçi, right?
Yes.
And you focused most of your attention on him.
Yes.
You developed a kind of friendship with Mr. Thaçi at Rambouillet, right?
Yes.
And at some point, you would also make recommendations to Mr. Thaçi as to what combinations of suits and ties he should wear, right?
Not necessarily, no. That came out of other people's discussions. I became a kind of like mythology that I got involved in his clothing. I don't really remember doing that.
Okay, let's call up DHT 08787-DHT 09214, please. And if we zoom out on this first page, we can see that this is the cover of a memoir by Christopher R. Hill. And let's next please go to page DHT 08925, where I will read from the penultimate paragraph. Jamie Rubin, I'm now reading, Jamie Rubin was of the view that the real leader of the Kosovo delegation was Hashim Thaçi, and that Albright should focus her efforts on him. Jamie had begun to pay attention exclusively to Thaçi, even going so far as to recommend combinations of suits and ties for him to wear. Is Mr. Hill's recollection and writing here inaccurate?
Absolutely inaccurate. Christopher Hill had a bias that I noticed throughout his time as the leader, a bias in favor of the LDK and against the KLA. I had no bias. I was asked to work with the self-chosen leader of the delegation. Chris Hill inaccurately and in a rather silly and juvenile way is making it seem like I'm talking to Hashim Thaçi about his clothing. Christopher Hill was being biased here, was trying to diminish me, and did that repeatedly, and tried to diminish Secretary Albright, two reporters, by falsely claiming she indulged the leader of the KLA delegation at Rambouillet, when it was the Kosovo Albanian delegation that selected him as the leader, and his approval was required for us to achieve our objectives. So I was seeking to achieve the objectives of Secretary Albright. Christopher Hill was trying to diminish me in this account, falsely inventing a story that isn't accurate, by trying to diminish my role as a diplomat and implying that he was a good diplomat when he was the one who bungled some of the discussions there by not helping us to get a yes out of the KLA, and his subsequent behavior is not relevant.
We can take the document down and have the break if it's
All
a
right.
convenient time.
We're going to have a 10-minute break now, witness. Please do not speak with anyone about your testimony.
Your Honours, if I could briefly, if you are going to consider the admission of my documents, note that Mr. Patch has now in fact referred to one of them in relation to contacts on the ground with Sean Burns. And if that's not a complete answer to the relevance point, then I don't know what. I just wish to highlight that it reiterates the submissions.
As I said, we'll rule on it eventually. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honours.
We are adjourned for 10 minutes.
All rise. All rise.
Be seated, please. Madam Court Officer, you may bring the witness in. We'll continue now with your cross-examination. We will be going until 4:30 and then we'll be finished for the day.
Thank you, Your Honor. Witness, in March 1999, Secretary Albright referred to Mr. Thaçi as, quote, your guy, end quote, right?
Sounds right.
At Rambouillet, Hashim Thaçi resisted immense pressure from Secretary Albright and others to sign the agreement presented, right?
Yes.
At the end of Rambouillet, other members of the Kosovo delegation wanted to sign, right?
Yes.
Throughout the negotiations at Rambouillet, it was Hashim Thaçi's agreement that was needed in order to proceed. Otherwise, you would have to go back to square one on matters, right?
It was required to, the goal, so that's not quite right. The goal was to get both sides to agree so that we could get a peace agreement, so that we could prevent this war from escalating in disastrous form. We wanted, at a minimum, because we doubted the Serbian side would agree until they saw the pressure rise. In order to get the pressure to rise, we needed to get the Kosovo Albanian delegation as a whole to agree to it. As things evolved, he, representing the members of the delegation that were called KLA, wouldn't agree to sign then, but agreed to sign several weeks later, which was a way to move forward and build the pressure in the hopes that would get the Serbs to sign so we could achieve peace. That was the goal.
I'd like to call up SPOE 00, sorry, it's actually now 1D280. Witness, as you can see, this is the Financial Times weekend article that earlier today, during direct examination, you testified that that you were trying to be as accurate as possible when you wrote this. I'd like to turn to the second page, the one ending in 1.5, and there I'm going to read from the middle of the fifth column. So if we can zoom in on the fifth column. I think that's, if we can center a bit more, thank you. And the paragraph that I'm going to read from starts, Albright gave him, and I'm going to read from the end of that paragraph. Here it's written, Albright told me to work with Thaçi. The rest of the Albanian delegation had already signaled they would most likely go along. If he agreed, we could proceed. If not, we were back to square one. And my question is, did you write this in 2000?
Yes, but I wrote.
My question was whether you wrote it. Thank you. We can take this document down. During Rambouillet, KLA members told you privately that they were prepared to agree to the proposed document, but that it was up to Mr. Thaçi, right?
That would be not exactly the way I would put it, with careful consideration. One didn't know what anyone would do until they did it. You often received signals, indications. Some people told you what somebody would do, but you never really knew what anyone would do when the time came until the time came. So we had received some signals, but nothing that we would regard as definitive. And there were objections from many of the members to the absence of clarity on independence, but we'd hoped that the language indicating there could be I forget what the words were, a way of signaling their desires. I forget the words right now. They were in front of me a few moments ago. Anyway, so we were hoping that the delegation would all sign. We were optimistic about many of them. Because of our meetings with Thaçi, we thought he was the biggest challenge.
I'd like to call up again 1D280, please, the same document we had on our screens. And if we can turn to the second page of this item, where I will read from the last paragraph of the 6th column. Actually, I lied. I'm going to read from the top of the 7th column, so we can just zoom into the last column on the right-hand side of our screen, please. So, witness, once again, this is the Financial Times article that you discussed earlier today. And here we see the following. In the end, it came down to Thaçi, and he would not budge. The other KLA members told us privately they were prepared to agree, but it was up to him. Once again, my only question is whether you wrote that in September or October of 2000.
The answer to the question is contained in the question. Obviously, I wrote it, yes.
Thank you. We can take the document down. In your statement, you say the KLA was not ready to sign the proposed agreement at Rambouillet because it would not lead to immediate independence. That's paragraph 46. And that is consistent with your Financial Times article where you say, quote, the KLA was holding out for a clear commitment on eventual independence, right?
Yes.
Hashim Thaçi and other KLA members made it clear well before February 1999 that they would never support a political solution without some explicit reference to independence in the final document, right?
I don't know the context. I need more specifics to answer that.
Let's call up P01067, please. We see the document on our screen. It states it's a U.S. Department of State document. We can see at the top, if we can zoom in a little bit, please. I think you can correct me better, you would know better than me, but is it correct that the date of the document would be 3 November 98, based on what we see here?
Yes.
There's a 08, there's a mistake there. Oh, no, that's the declassification date. Yes.
So it's a 3rd November 98 document, and we see that it's from Embassy Belgrade to Secretary of State, Washington, D.C., immediate. And I'd like to turn to page 075306 in the same item, please. If we could scroll to the bottom of this page, I'm going to read from the paragraph starting 15. Thaçi and his colleagues, not surprisingly, demand independence and say that they will ultimately never support a political solution without some explicit reference to that event in the final document. And my question is whether in November 98 you had learned such information.
These cables are not, these are judgments by an individual about what they will never do, and they did it. So the judgment, the writer is wrong. They did it. They agreed to a political solution without explicit reference to independence.
I'm stopping you there because that's not at all responsive to my question.
That is responsive, and he should be allowed
Sorry,
to
Your
finish the
Honor,
answer.
that's not responsive.
It
You can
is.
read the question and answer again.
Just listen to the question again and answer just the question. Mister, if somebody else wants to ask you questions, they'll have an opportunity.
My question, I'll repeat it, is whether in November 1998 you had learned the information I read out from this cable. A yes or no answer will do.
I can't give you a yes or no answer.
We can take the document down. In October 1998, media quoted Hashim Thaçi as a KLA representative saying that the KLA will punish any individual or group which dares sign an agreement contrary to the will of the people expressed in a 1991 referendum. Is that right, to your recollection?
Mr. President, at this point, I have to object. What is the foundation of the witness having knowledge of what Hashim Thaçi said in 1998? He's said multiple times now when he first believes he heard the name.
Are you going to ask him how he knows?
Your Honor, if I'm going to make anything in response to that, it needs to be in the witness's absence. I don't see how this is not relevant to my questioning, but if I need to say more than that, I will need to do it in the witness's absence.
No, we don't need to go into private session. Just tell me what.
It's not a private session matter, Your Honor. I don't want to prejudice the witness's responses by making submissions about relevance in this particular instance.
President, your mic was off and it doesn't have recorded that you
I sustained the objection.
Thank you.
I understand that the objection was to foundation, and so I will call up a document. We're going to call up P04141. We could zoom in onto the top part of the document, and we see it reads Associated Press. Below that, Kosovo rebel army rejects U.S.-sponsored Kosovo deal by Ismet Haidari, associate press writer, 280 words, 16th October 1998, 1848, Associated Press Newswires, APRS, English. And if we go towards the bottom of the document, I will read from the last paragraph. Quote, the KLA will punish any individual or group which dare sign an agreement contrary to the will of our people expressed in the 1991 officially unauthorized referendum. Those words are in brackets. End quote. Thaçi said, referring to a vote in which Kosovo's Albanians overwhelmingly opted to secede from Serbia, Yugoslavia's dominant republic. And my question, witnesses, are you familiar with this information, or were you rather familiar with this information in October 98?
Same objection, Mr. President.
I'll overrule it. He's asking if he's familiar with this. You can answer.
October was about not Rambouillet. October was about the October Agreement.
The question is, are you familiar with this document? Or this statement?
No, I can't remember it about the October Agreement. This is about the October Agreement. I don't remember it that well then.
We can take the document down. Another reason why Mr. Thaçi didn't sign during Rambouillet is because the KLA did not want to disarm, right?
No.
Let's go to...
To the best of my recollection, no.
What did you say, Mr. Patch? Go where?
Let's please go to P00811. And if we can turn to page, sorry, and yes, thank you for calling up the English version as well. If we can go to page SPOE 000-53983 in both. If I'm correct, in Albanian, that would be PDF page 135. And I don't have it in English, but it should be the second page. Sorry, ET47 is the English translation. Here at the bottom of the page in English and corresponding Albanian, we see reference to interview with Mr. Hashim Thaçi given to newspaper Kosovo Sot, which in English we have it explained as Kosovo Today. I'd now like to turn to the page ending in 85. I believe that's 2 pages further ahead. And I'm going to read from the from the paragraph starting with the question Milosevic is. So, Milosevic is stubbornly refusing to sign the agreement. But even if he signs it, he is refusing the presence of international peacekeeping troops. Do you believe that NATO will start its attacks on the military bases of Serbia? Answer: I hope, but I do not think that it will go as far as the attacks. We should not be much concerned about this. We should rely on our own forces in the will, organization, and the strengthening of our military resistance. So we need to gather around the Kosovo Liberation Army. Irrespective of what will happen after the conference, we are convinced that we can implement our rights only with our hard work, sacrifice, and knowledge. Having said that, any support coming from anyone is welcome. We have not even considered NATO as a peacekeeping force, which would contribute to peace, understanding, and stability in Kosovo. The idea of disarming the KLA following the arrival of the peacekeeping troops in Kosovo has been talked about. I do not know any army in the world which has handed in their weapons. The Kosovo Liberation Army will not do this either. Through its efforts during the war, it has been improving and become professional. So it is and will remain a state army. Were you aware of information of this nature having been reported?
These are public statements by the KLA that may or may not reflect their real position, so sometimes we paid strong attention to them, but generally we waited till we saw what would happen, and they did disarm. So I don't even understand the question. They did exactly that. After the war, they disarmed.
Let's take this document down. And I'd now like to call up SPOE 00117083-00117090.
Who's writing this? I don't understand.
Yes, we'll get there. We see the document on your page at the top. We see the date 26 February 99, and we see a reference to reflections on Rambouillet. And let's go to the last page of the document, please, which is 7090. And if we go to the bottom of this page, we see a signature, and below that signature, David Wilson. Now, let's go back to the first page.
I don't know who David Wilson is.
Let's go back to SPOE. Let's actually go to SPOE 00117085, and there I'm going to read from the middle of the page. I'm going to read from KLA Control. KLA Control. The Albanians delegation was dominated and controlled by the KLA, who in turn were suspicious of everything and everybody in Rambouillet. Key KLA members had arrived at the talks with one or two firm ideas, brackets, referendum and the future role of the KLA, end brackets, in their minds. All else was confusion and trickery. It was apparent that most, if not all, of the KLA members did not read or understand the text fully. This meant the entire military annex for the academically challenged was reduced to the small passage on the KLA that called for disarmament and disbandment. None of the KLA, inside or outside the chateau, could understand or accept this option. The repeated response was, how can we do this to the only organization that has fought effectively for Albanian interest? Nor were they able to understand that what was required was not their demise, but instead a transformation of their role. It is difficult to express how one-dimensional the KLA were on the subject or how reluctant they were to discuss it with non-KLA. Does this reflect your impression of the negotiations at Rambouillet?
I would never use the words academically challenged, so this strikes me as a very unusual, arrogant statement. Academically challenged is derogatory and strange. I don't know who this person is. They may or may not have been there. They may or may not have had one view of the talks. These things are really complicated, and I would never purport to try. I tried my best to summarize it in my article, but I would never use those phrases, so I can't say this. I just wouldn't write like that. Academically challenged, to say that the people there are stupid is weird.
We can take the document down.
Mr. Pash, just from my own understanding of that exhibit, could you give us any information whatsoever as to who the author is or where that document came from?
Yes, Your Honor. The author, as I put here, is David Wilson. I don't want to misstate his position at the time, so I won't say that now, but we can certainly get that information to you.
Do you know which organization he worked for, which government, anything about him?
I will get back to you.
Thank you.
Judge, we know, and if you look at the preparation note for the next witness, I believe it's referred to there.
Thank you very much.
We can take this document down. Whether to sign or not sign, and the terms of the Rambouillet Agreement were a very important matter, right?
Yes.
It was an almost existential question for Kosovo and the KLA, right?
For the people of Kosovo, signing meant the support of NATO and NATO forces. Not signing meant they were on their own. So for the people of Kosovo, it was very, very important. That's who we were focused on.
In fact, you testified earlier that the fate of potentially 1 million people was at stake, right?
That's the people of Kosovo I'm referring to, yes.
And as you've said publicly before, signing the agreement was not as simple as just getting a thumbs up or a thumbs down from a dictator, right?
Yes.
So the bottom line is that the KLA delegation felt it needed more guarantees about Kosovo's fate, right?
Guarantees are a pretty tough word. There's nothing in international affairs that's guaranteed. So I think they were looking for assurances that NATO would follow through on its promises to use military power if the Serbs cracked down, if the Serbian government didn't sign. They were looking for assurances that if everybody did sign, that NATO would implement the force rather than a weak implementation like happened in October. So they were looking for assurances from us that we were going to follow through on our promises. And then when it came to the will of the people, we, as I think I testified earlier, couldn't guarantee them a, quote, independence vote, but we could guarantee them that we would seek such a will of the people expression as far as we could go, because we weren't at that time in 1999 prepared to recognize the independence of Kosovo. So we had these boundaries of our policy. Air power, yes. Ground forces, no. If Serbs and Albanians, Kosovo Albanians sign, we send in NATO. If Serb side doesn't sign, and the Albanians do sign, then we were prepared to use air power. So these were the parameters we had. These were the assurances we could provide. And I was very pleased in this case, which isn't always true, we were able to implement what we promised.
I'm moving to paragraph 54 of your statement to the defense, where you say that your understanding was that Mr. Thaçi was not at the top, but was rather below other people, such as Demaci. And my first question on this is it correct, that Adam Demaci was not a KLA General Staff member?
I think I was very, very clear in my meetings with the lawyers who prepared that statement, that who was at the top making decisions.
Could you just answer my question?
I'm trying
please?
to, but you've
Sorry,
made an
Your
assertion.
Honor, the witness is not responding to my
I am
question,
trying.
which is it correct that Adam Demaci was not a KLA General Staff member?
You may answer that. Go ahead.
I wasn't familiar with all the members of the KLA, so I can't answer it.
I'd like to call up P00763.5 ET alongside P00763.5 AT. And we can stay on the first page for now. And as we can see on this page, it reads 18 February 2020, The Hague, Netherlands. And then if we go a few lines below, we see we're resuming, at lines 6 and 7, we're resuming the interview of Mr. Recep Selimi. And at the bottom, we can see this is an SPO transcription. So this is from the SPO interview with Recep Selimi. And I'd now like to turn to page 17 in the English and page 18 in the Albanian. In the English, I'm going to read from line 8. In Albanian, that should correspond also from line 8. Question. When he assumed the role, or when he was appointed to the role of developing a National Assembly, who informed him of that duty, and what his role would be? Answer. He came often. He came several times to the war zones and the General Staff, together with his assistant at the time, and the current Prime Minister of our country, Albin Kurti. And we had frequent contact, but it is important to know Mr. Thaçi was appointed the political representative. All the political representatives were, whether in various countries in Europe or in the world, or whether in Pristina, had this main line of communications with Mr. Thaçi as the political representative. Question. Which is to say that Mr. Thaçi was the superior to all of them. Answer. Yes. And my question is, were you aware of this information?
This information is incorrect to my understanding, so I wasn't aware of it.
Recep Salimi would know better about Mr. Thaçi's position within the KLA than you, no?
No. I observed Hashim Thaçi being unwilling to act without the support of Adam Damaci, treating him as a superior. I observed that firsthand as an eyewitness, that there were several individuals whose opinions would decide whether Hashim Thaçi felt comfortable signing Rambouillet. That is why Madeleine Albright called Adam Damaci after Rambouillet, because we thought Adam Damaci had influence over Hashim Thaçi, not the other way around, not the superior. So he may have said this to you, and he may even believe that, but from our experience, actually in the negotiations, at the moment of crisis, Hashim Thaçi was looking to Adam Damaci for approval to do something. That's not what you do to someone who's below you. You do that to someone who's above you. That is why I didn't regard him as a subordinate, but frankly more of an ideological superior, because these things aren't simple organization charts. These are about independence or not independence. And so, therefore, I don't agree with this testimony. And in my experience, Mr. Thaçi was looking for approval from Adam Damaci before agreeing to the Rambouillet Accords, and thus treating him like a superior.
Could you clarify if your answer then is that you would know better than Mr. Recep Salimi about Mr. Hashim Thaçi's role within the KLA?
I wouldn't know how to answer that question because there's no way to know. It's a kind of question that's not answerable. I don't know who knows better. Maybe Mr. Thaçi does, but my observations is all I can do in a courtroom is tell you what I know and what I observe.
We can take this document down, and while that happens, I have an update from my helpful team. David Wilson, retired UK Army Brigadier, worked for the UK KDIM, OSCE, KVM, also OMIC. He was present at Rambouillet, and at that time worked for OSCE, KVM.
Thank you, Mr. Badge.
Witness, Adam Damaci opposed the KLA signing of the Rambouillet agreement, right?
That's my understanding, yes. I never spoke to him, but he said that to Madeleine Albright.
And Adam Damaci resigned from the KLA. Adam Damaci resigned from the KLA on the 2nd of March 1999 in the period after Rambouillet and before Paris, right?
It's my understanding, but I didn't know whether he resigned or not. But if you say so, it sounds right to me.
Changing subject slightly. During the NATO bombing, Mr. Thaçi used a satellite phone to call you at the State Department, correct?
Correct.
In September or October 2000, your Financial Times article, you wrote this occurred most mornings, which excerpt you also confirmed the accuracy of in your statement. And in your statement, you say you believe that you spoke with Mr. Thaçi somewhere between 10 and 14 times throughout the 78 days of the bombing campaign. Which one is more correct? Was it most mornings, or was it 10 or 14 times to your recollection?
I can't distinguish between the two.
So you're not sure whether it was 10 and 14 times as in your statement, or whether it was most of the 78 mornings as in your Financial Times article?
If we're going to do math, most would be 40. Obviously, I don't think it was 40. But when one speaks colloquial and writes colloquially, when you say most mornings, that means a lot. You're not making a mathematical calculation of 78 divided by 2 is, whatever that is, 38. No, that would be 39. And then saying he spoke to me that number of times. Most mornings is a colloquial way of describing a lot of phone calls during the war, which is what happened.
I'd like to turn to DHT 05156-DHT 05164. I apologize, this has now been admitted. I just don't have the exhibit number handy, if someone could assist.
Jonas, that is Exhibit 1D 272.
Thank you. document. We can stay on this front page for now. Thank you. We see this concerns your 1 April 1999 press briefing, and this is actually also addressed in your statement. Within the same document, I'd now like to turn to page DHT 05159, and there I'll start reading from the last paragraph into the next page. And for context, what I'm going to be reading, you're referring to Mr. Thaçi. He said that people in the outlying Pristina areas are being forced to leave. He said the KLA has been able to get some people out of Pristina. In Podujev, he said that Arkan and Shechel forces are looting, torching and burning the city. That he said the KLA is working to try to protect the population there. In the mountainous area of Shalov by Gora, a large concentration of civilians is being shelled, and they are coming down with diseases and suffering from the cold. We can turn to the next page. He said that in Vučićin, the 5,000 people that were previously held by the Serbs have been freed, are now moving to the mountains. He said they still don't have any information on the 20,000 in Kendarai who are being used by the Serbs. He thinks he's received information that's hard to be sure of to protect their ammunition factory there by locating them there. He said the fighting remains fierce in several regions, including the Maleshevo region, and that increasing numbers of the civilian population are moving towards Macedonia and Albania. So the short answer to your question is clearly the KLA, the Kosovo Liberation Army, is having a tough time of it, but they continue to, according to Mr. Thaçi, continue to do what they can in these difficult circumstances. And my question, witnesses, was that typical of the information that Mr. Thaçi would provide to you during your calls in this period of time?
Typical is a tough word. This is not a typical moment. These are horrible things going on. And I'm trying to deal with a situation where very rarely there's an air conflict and nobody has information from the ground. There are no reporters there. There are not many reporters there. The only on-the-ground information publicly provided is from the the Serbian authorities, which we regarded as false in large part. So I'm trying to help the reporters do their job. And I'm very pleased to see that almost every sentence I say what he said rather than what we think, because we didn't have good information on the ground during the war. And so I was providing an alternative source of information by constantly attributing the information to him without making a firm judgment about the accuracy of the information. I couldn't say it's typical because no day was typical during the war in terms of the specific horrors going on that we were hearing about, the movement of people by trains, the gathering up of innocent civilians. I just don't know how to call that typical. So I would say that this was similar to the words that I would use on other occasions, but I just would have trouble with the word typical.
We can take this document down. Next, I'd like to call up 1D00148. And this is from a cable that you were shown earlier by counsel for Mr. Krasniqi. We can see it refers to an April 1999 cable, and we see drafted by EUR-L. Rossen, and below that, approved by S, the Secretary. And I'd now like to turn in the same document to page DHT 01539. And I'm going to read from paragraph 14, which actually was already read to you by Councillor Krasniqi, but I'm now going to go into paragraph 15 as well. In brackets we have S, and then we have Krasniqi urged we reconsider arming the KLA, recent events, the Albanian signature of the Rambouillet Accords and Serbian ethnic cleansing and massacres changed the calculus. Arming the KLA no longer implied the, quote, militarization 11 of Kosovo, but rather meant enabling the KLA to defend the people. One way to get around the embargo problem would be to send arms to Kosovo through intermediaries. In any case, the Russians and other Slavs were arming Belgrade, so the embargo issue seemed passé. The next paragraph, in brackets S, and then we see. The Secretary acknowledged the difficulties this issue presents. It almost defied logic. People want to defend themselves, but how could they unarmed? In the end, practical reality had to prevail, which was that the confidence and friends the KLA had won in Europe by signing in Paris were one of the underpinnings of NATO's engagement, including its willingness to send ground forces in a permissive environment. Our estimate was that, were we to arm the KLA, that support would disappear. This did not mean not arming the KLA was right, but the priority had to be maintaining NATO resolve to carry on until its objectives were achieved. Ambassador Dobbins stressed that the NATO ministers, in their communique, had pledged to stay the course until Serb forces were out of Kosovo, and international security force was in and all Kosovars could return to their homes. Now, witness, it's a lengthy excerpt, I apologize, but my question relates specifically to what the Secretary of State is reported as having said here. And to your recollection or to your knowledge, is what she said here correct in relation to the friends that the KLA had won in Europe and their willingness to send ground forces in a permissive environment? More importantly, the sentence, our estimate was that were we to arm the KLA, that support would disappear.
Objection, it's compound, Mr. President.
You can make it simpler, I apologize, that was
Please,
indeed lengthy.
please break it up, yeah.
Yes, and witness, actually, could you just focus on the sentence reportedly said by Secretary Albright here? Our estimate was that were we to arm the KLA, that support would disappear. Is that your recollection correct?
Just, I'll try to be really brief. We were trying to keep everybody together. The European countries had differing views on the extent to which they were comfortable with the KLA receiving weapons. She is saying that we would lose the unanimity we had created behind support for Kosovo by arming the KLA, and so disappear is probably stronger than she intended, and again, these cables are reflective, not precise. She's signaling that we're going to go in and take control in a permissive environment as NATO. If we were to arm you, we might not be able to get all NATO countries to deploy or to be willing to deploy because differing European countries, I could name some, but those countries wouldn't like me very much. So I'll just say that there were differing views on a willingness to arm the KLA, even under these extreme circumstances of them facing wholesale slaughter. The idea of arming them was not something that some countries supported. So she's saying we would lose the unanimity, not that support would disappear, but the unanimity of support would go away.
And I'm about to start a new topic. Perhaps this would be a good time to...
Excuse me, Mr. Rubens, we will break for the day. I'm sure you could use a little rest. We'll see you tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. And with some help, maybe we'll be finished tomorrow with you.
Thank you.
Please do not speak with anybody overnight about your testimony. We're adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow.
All rise.